Good morning. I'll call to order the January 11th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hart.
Here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
And Chair Nelson.
Here. At this time, please stand and join me in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to open today's meeting in honor of a member of the county family who passed away this last week. Joseph Joey DeAnta was a member of our Santa Barbara County Fire Department. Joey, before joining the county, worked the San Luis Ambulance, AMR, Santa Barbara County Sheriff as a medic and dispatcher, CalStar, and Mercy Air. Joey just this last year got his dream job to be a firefighter in his home county, Santa Barbara County, and he tragically lost his life in a skiing accident this last week. And I thought it would be appropriate today that we open this meeting in his honor and with a moment of silence. Thank you. I know that the department and the county will be working on doing some kind of other ceremony for remembering Joey in the coming weeks, and from the stories I've heard, he will be truly missed. At this time, it is my pleasure to call to order the 2022 Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. This marks the 172nd convening of the Santa Barbara County's highest legislative body. I will now accept nominations for the position of chair and vice chair for 2022 of the Board of Supervisors, who also sits as the board of directors of the Water Agency, the Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Santa Barbara County Fire Protection District, and the Laguna Sanitation District and other special districts. I will entertain a motion. Supervisor Hart.
I'll move to nominate Supervisor Hartman as chair.
And let's go ahead and take it in one motion. I'll also take it for vice chair.
Okay, and as vice chair, Supervisor Williams.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
That's a second from Supervisor Lavanino. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Hart.
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman.
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
And Chair Nelson.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Before we go ahead and change seats, I just have a few remarks as outgoing chairman. You know what a difference a year makes. When I was sworn into office and was elected by my colleagues to serve as chair, we were in the height of the pandemic. Record cases, shutdowns, lockdowns, panic. And sure enough, a year later, we're not far from that. Again, all-time highs. Colleges are online, Zoom meetings are restarting. But this is a very different time, in a different place than we were a year ago. While case rates are high, hospitalization and deaths are moderate to low. We now have a vaccine that is available to everyone with a shred of risk, and Omicron is not Delta or Alpha. We know so much more about the virus, from prevention to therapeutics and treatments. A lot has changed. I look forward to this time a year from now when we have settled in and learned to live with COVID. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleagues for putting your trust in me this year as your chair. No small role for a first-year supervisor. I'd be lying to say that I didn't enjoy the opportunity. It's been a great opportunity to learn and interact with the public, staff, and you. It was an opportunity to get to know my colleagues in a different way. The chair is not the charismatic leader of the board, but a facilitator, a manager, a captain. While the five of us may have radically different views on or approaches to a wide variety of issues that come before us, together we are a team. We embody and represent the 450,000 residents of our county. We are their voice. In the height of the pandemic, we as a team have done a lot. We've had some wins. This year, we hired 2 capable and impressive women to lead 2 of our most important departments, Ms. Rachel Van Molen for County Council and Tony Navarro in Behavioral Wellness. Possibly our most important decision of this last year was extending the contract for another 4 years of our true leader, Mona Miyasato. We also negotiated improved contracts with 99% of our non-public safety employees, Local 620, Local 721, engineer technicians, civil attorneys, and district attorneys. These were modest contracts that gives us budget certainty and labor peace for the foreseeable future. We passed a balanced budget of over $1 billion. We maintained the county's important role as a social safety net, but grew our investment in infrastructure, recreational opportunities, and deferred maintenance. We opened our county's 2 largest capital projects in county history, the Tahigas Resource Recovery Project, as well as the Northern Branch Jail, as well as many other projects that we kicked off, from fire dispatch to probation and public safety radios. And because of the investment of this board, as well as the foresight from others, for the first time in more than a decade, the county's PCI, Pavement Condition Index, went up. Not only have we bent the curve, we've angled it upward. Other things to celebrate. SB SIRS, under the leadership of Greg Levin and our representative, Supervisor Lavanino, saw our funded percentage go up significantly from 74.3 to 69.5, cutting our unfunded liabilities in half from $1.1 billion down to just a mere $470 million. Still quite a bit, but we're on our way. We've also tackled homelessness in a serious way. The only special topic meeting that I called as chair was to address this issue, and we got a chance for the first time to have a comprehensive approach to dealing with homelessness in our county. We've taken an opportunity to lean on state and federal funding, as well as renewed our focus on those that are unsheltered. But I'm not looking at this last year and these accomplishments with rose-colored glasses, but with an eye to the future. The challenges this county face are rarely accidental. It's the job of the 5 of us to look to the future, to anticipate, plan, and act to perfect the investment and responsibility we have as leaders of this great county. As I move over a seat or 2 to become just a regular supervisor, I will miss the role as your chair, but I look forward to the chance to work on, while never losing focus of our mission of serving the entire county. I look forward to serving and advocating for my hometown of Orcutt and the other unincorporated areas of northern Santa Barbara County, as well as serving the growing city of Santa Maria. In closing, one of my proudest accomplishments was never having to use this gavel. The other is that this board has not been a partisan board. And as the world around us seems to get more and more divided, we've done, for the most part, a good job of staying united and focused on the goals of delivering local government to our constituents. And I look forward to continuing that work. It is not an accident that we do the things that we do. Thank you. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and pass on the gavel to Chairman-elect, or Chairman Hartman. Congratulations. Thank you. Steal this one more for me.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Nelson. You've had a wonderful year as chairman, and it's been a very demanding year. And thank you to all my board colleagues. It's really a great honor to serve with you. A number of people have remarked on how well our board seems to get along, the collegiality. At so many levels of government, we don't see this. We can't assume mutual regard. And I think ours stems from many things. It's really a highly engaged community that demands the best of us. It's a county organization, employees, unions, department heads, and a fabulous CEO that always strive for better. I believe it also relates to something called organizational culture, the shared values, expectations, and practices that guide us. Every day we show up, engage, and work with each other to make those values real. But how is it that we work with each other? On the board, we owe a lot to Supervisor Lavanino's wit, to Supervisor Hart's optimism, to Supervisor Nelson's seek something for everyone's solutions, and Supervisor Williams' fearlessness. It also comes down just to the little courtesies that weave us all together. Take the gavel that Supervisor Nelson just gave to me. Yes, it's a peaceful transition of power, but that rests on an informal rule. The chair rotates in a certain specified order, and that isn't written down anywhere. And the gentleman here could well have voted differently today. And indeed, in some local governments, even in our county, that happens. A majority can muscle it, and that can create resentment and ill will. Whether it be committee assignments, budget compromises, or how we speak about each other in public, it's these little courtesies, the sum of informal rules, the things that anthropologists study, that are really significant in creating a sense of camaraderie. It doesn't mean that when our views differ, we don't fight hard, but we do fight fairly and honestly. And that has been especially important in these trying times of the trifecta. We have impacts first of the pandemic, second of climate change with intensified fire, flood, and drought, and finally, the recognition of deep-seated inequities that are aggravated by the first two. These have tested our nation in ways we did not have the imagination for, and it has driven a wedge between people and eroded trust in government. Many of us feel like life as we knew it has slipped away and may never return, and that is really unmooring. It has shaken our assumptions about how we live in relation to one another, and people are questioning their place in the world and in their communities. One bright spot is that Americans are increasingly turning to their local landscapes and local community for connection and activities. Pew Research shows that living in a place with a strong sense of community has gone up considerably in their polls, especially for urban and rural residents. That finding contributed to my desire to propose as the chair's initiative this year a cultural celebration calendar. The richness of Santa Barbara County stems in large part from the different racial, ethnic, and cultural groups that have settled here and contributed in myriad ways to the vibrant fabric of our community. And to highlight some of these contributions, I'm asking my fellow board members to select a cultural group that they would like to honor as part of our 2022 cultural celebration. I provided a calendar that the clerk's office kindly helped me put together that may suggest which month is most appropriate to reserve for recognizing and honoring a particular group. I hope each board member will select at least one, and you can do two or even more if you feel passionately. My staff will be following up to learn of your selections. Participation in this project can give us all a deeper appreciation of the cultural groups that have shaped our community. Finally, I would like to close with verses from a poem that CEO Miyasato shared with me, a poem by Amanda Gorman for this new year. For me, it captures the challenges of this moment. Mourning, we come to mend. Withered, we come to weather. Torn, we come to tend. Battered, we come to do better. Tethered by this year of yearning, we are learning that though we weren't ready for this, we have been readied by it. We steadily vow that no matter how we are weighed down, we must always pave a way forward. This hope is our door, our portal. Even if we never get back to normal, someday we can venture beyond it, to leave the known and take the first steps. So let us not return to what was normal, but reach toward what is next. Thank you. And what is next for us today?
Madam Chair, could I just?
Oh,
briefly?
yes. You don't have a light.
light.
Let me just explain to people that because of the rise in the Omicron variant, we are social distancing here yet again. Supervisor Hart, please.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. I just want to thank both Chair Hartman and past Chair Nelson for their remarks this morning, because I think they're very, very important. There is something really unique that's going on with our board and the county government at this moment in history, and it's really valuable and important, and you both spoke really eloquently to it. And it is about the respect and the civility and the culture of active listening that as board members we are supporting every day. And I just wanted to say thank you for both of you doing your part, all of you doing your part to maintain this sense of collegiality, because our country is definitely struggling with this issue. This is the most important thing in our country at this moment in history. And in our small way, we can all contribute to making things better by just trying harder to be what we have been, which is a family. And we have our strong disagreements and our deeply held values and our different perspectives in life and experiences. But every time we come to the people's business and are here in this room, we really take care of each other and the community as a result. And I think that is something extraordinary and something worth highlighting. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think this is a stark contrast to what you see. It's so, I think what highlights it so much is it's just so different than what everybody's seen when they turn on the news on the national level. It hasn't always been this way on this board. And I, for one, am just happy to come here every Tuesday and, look at these issues of not trying to figure out where someone's going to try to sneak one past you, or where someone's going to try to angle this or try to politically move this, but more looking at it as a whole of what's the best way to navigate through some difficult circumstances to do the best thing for majority of the people in our community. And so I do appreciate where we're going, and I just want to let folks know too that on both sides of the aisle or down the middle of the aisle or wherever you are, it doesn't mean that someone's not fighting for you or someone's not holding fast to their values. It's just the manner in which you do it. This is, you go back and you watch, it was really interesting to me to watch. I just watched a special on Netflix about, it was the hostages in Iran, and it was the way that, it showed some of the leaders at the time, especially when the move was going from President Carter to President Reagan, and you saw Tip O'Neill there, and just the camaraderie that they had just between like Tip O'Neill and President Reagan, complete polar opposites with different views, different agendas, but they worked together for the betterment of the country. And I think maybe we can show a little bit of how that's done here, and who knows, maybe it'll spread outside of here. And what I definitely want to stop is any of that negativity coming from our federal level, the national level, and even sometimes the state level into this forum here. So really appreciate everybody's input today. And I have to say, Bob, you did a great job it wasn't easy. And, yeah, there was a lot of things you could have done that would have really kind of, you could have screwed things up really well. And I just appreciate the fact that you didn't, and you really moved. I think you really moved the needle even more of saying, you know what, we're going to be inclusive, and we're going to talk about these things. And I might not agree with all of them, but I think what you said is a culture of active listening. I really like that, hey, I want to hear what the other side has to say. I want to hear there's got to be a good point somewhere. I always tell folks this, and I'm sorry I'm rambling a little bit, but this is something that's near and dear to me, is that I wrote a speech one time for somebody, and it said, at the time I put, Republicans do not have a monopoly on good ideas. And the person said, I can't say that. And I said, what do you mean? What do you mean you can't say that? You can't believe that? And they said, no, I don't believe it, but I can't really say it because that's going to have my party come down on me. So you got to have the idea that we're all Americans, we're all working for the same thing, and it's nice to come to work. Thank you.
And it's nice to have your historic perspective. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think, and I'm glad that your comments have started at the personal and gone to the existential, right? Because it's not just that working together and collegiality makes it a whole lot more fun to come to work and a lot more productive from a county perspective, and makes our employees a lot happier, but it also is what binds us together as a society. We are mortal creatures that live with such short window spans that we could kid ourselves, we could deceive ourselves to think that our system of government has proved itself as enduring for this little blip on human history that we have existed. That is, we have not proven ourselves as enduring yet. It is the actions that we will take in this next generation that will prove whether that system is enduring or can fray apart. And to see Santa Barbara County, which for most of my political life has been heavily partisan, and I've been a warrior in those partisan fights, to see us bind together when the society as a whole is fraying apart is so inspirational and so needed. And we need to figure out a way to spread that.
And keep it up. Okay, getting to work here. The next item of business is approval of the minutes from December 14th, 2021. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And is there any further discussion? Could I have, let's see.
Roll call vote.
Yes, your light was on. Okay, thank you. And I think we can, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Clerk announcements. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, good morning. Thank you. I just have a couple announcements this morning. I would like to note for the record, we did post an addendum on Friday, January 7th, amending a few items on our agenda today, beginning with administrative item number 5. We received a request from the department to continue administrative item number 5 to our January 25th, 2022 meeting. Administrative item number 5 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding conditional reservation of funding to the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara Housing Authority for 2021 Home Key Program application in Santa Maria, and this is in the 5th District. Additionally, we amended administrative item number 27 on the administrative agenda This is from Public Works Department, Board of Directors, Laguna County Sanitation District, and language was added before recommendation A to read, acting as the Board of Directors, Laguna County Sanitation District. And the item is to consider recommendations regarding the abolition of improvement zone number 1 for Vintage Ranch Track, 14,556. And this is in the 4th District. Again, we added language immediately following the subject and before recommendation A to read, acting as the Board of Directors for the Laguna County Sanitation District. And lastly, on our addendum, we added administrative item number 33 to the agenda. This is from the Board of Supervisors, sponsored by Supervisor Hart. This is to consider recommendations regarding an approval of the Child Care Planning Council membership for 2021 through 2022. And all 3 of those amendments to our agenda could be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Additionally, we have received a memo and change to administrative item number 21. Excuse me, administrative item number 21 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Foothill Road low water crossing replacement, bridge number 51C 0381 over the Cuyama River Federal Project BRLO NBIL 512, County Project number 862339, and this is in the 1st District. And, excuse me. The change to this item is removing recommendation E that did read authorize the CEO to transfer up to $6 million from the general fund to the project fund for temporary cash flow through fiscal year 24-25 for project construction. So again, the recommendation was to remove or the change to the recommendations was to remove recommendation E. And that can also be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Additionally, I would like to remind the public of the Board of Supervisors meetings. They are being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County as well as Comcast Cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can now view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP, under their language settings. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of our agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person in both the Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note, on December 3rd, 2021, an additional county health officer order went into effect requiring indoor mask usage for everyone over the 2 years of age, regardless of vaccination status. If you attend the board meetings in person, you will be required to wear a face covering, mask, or face shield with drape at all times, regardless of vaccination status. Information regarding how to properly wear a mask has been posted throughout both locations. If you do not have a mask that fits properly, we will provide you with one. Additionally, for those unable to wear a mask for any reason, we can provide you with a face shield with drape. Lastly, public health is encouraging social distancing due to the highly infectious Omicron variant, and this pertains in both hearing room chambers. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration confirmation email. You will be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name. When removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. For those of you using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Again, if you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to A5 in just a minute. Do any board members have an item that they would like to pull?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor.
A4, I forgot to say that earlier too.
A4. Supervisor
Chair Hartman,
Nelson.
A12.
A12.
A13.
A13. Any others? And Madam Clerk, are there any items that the public would like to pull?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have one request to speak on administrative item number 22.
Okay, would you first then read A5 for the continuance into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is brought to us from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding conditional reservation of funding to the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara Housing Authority for 2021 Home Key Program application in Santa Maria, and this is in the 5th District. And we did receive a request from the department to continue this item to our January 25th, 2022 meeting.
Good. And may I have a motion to continue to the 25th?
I'll make the motion. I just want to comment briefly is that the reason for the postponement was just so that I'll have the opportunity with staff, which we're going to do tomorrow, to sit down with the city of Santa Maria and hear some concerns that they have, hopefully address those and have this back on the agenda on the 25th.
Good.
So I'll make a motion to move it to that.
And I'll go ahead and second the motion.
And is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, so all in favor of the continuance to January 25th, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. Then turning to item A4, Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding conditional reservation of funding to the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara for 2021 Home Key Program application in Goleta, and this is in the 2nd District.
Please, Supervisor Hart.
Madam Chair, I just want to highlight this project. This is a really significant achievement. It's something that the Community Services Department has been working on for some time, and it's really a tremendous success story. This is an opportunity to purchase the Super 8 Hotel in Goleta and use that facility to serve people who are experiencing homelessness. And this is a very large hotel, has 65 rooms, and when it's remodeled and reconfigured into permanent supportive housing, it will be able to provide permanent supportive housing for 60 individuals in our community who are experiencing homelessness. And this is probably the single most significant investment we've made in this endeavor. It is going to be, we're reserving $3 million of our own money with the hope and aspiration to receive $16 million from the state of California through the governor's Home Key program, which has been a challenge to implement. It's not been easy to find properties in the county that meet the state criteria, and this really does fit that grant program extraordinarily well. So I think our odds of success are very high, and it will be a really great demonstration project because we have already in previous board actions provided the funding necessary to provide the services to the folks that are going to be in this facility. So this is the bricks and mortar side of the equation, and there's a lot of good news to report in regards to the efforts that we're making to improve the lives of people who are experiencing homelessness and to prevent homelessness. And this is a really significant milestone in that effort, and it's something to be celebrated. And I really want to appreciate the City of Goleta's very active partnership in this endeavor. They have been right with us at every step of the way through a difficult acquisition process that took more than a year, to the point now where they're actually going to commit their own local funds to help support this effort too, almost $600,000. That is dear and important additional funding to support this project. So thank the City of Goleta, thank the Community Services Department, thank the CEO's office and General Services and everybody that's been involved in a very complicated transaction that is getting closer and closer to the finish line.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. This still is in your district, but I gather I have the parking lot. So I have a vested interest as well. And the City of Goleta really has stepped up. They're also foregoing TOT. So we really appreciate their partnership in this. So we'll put this with the balance of the agenda. A12, Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 12 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the circumstances of the existing state of emergency.
And Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hartman. the problem with calling your shot in advance, last meeting I said I would not be voting for future actions such as this. And so it was a little hard because we were in a different spot than we were last month. My desire, as much as I love Zoom, I've probably taken advantage of it more than anybody over the last year. And I really hope that the state amends the Brown Act in a way to allow Zoom meetings more often. But the comment that I made last month is that I think we need to start to begin figuring out how to live with COVID, and that we need to move beyond some of these recommendations coming from public health officers, but returning those power back to representatives of the people, to us. And so I didn't know if I could still make the findings of the emergency, the state of emergency. And so I've really struggled with this one. I am going to go ahead and do a still vote against it at this time. I do think Omicron is a much different virus and a different threat than what we faced in the past. I think it's a time for us to start talking, maybe not with this item, but maybe with the item at the end of the day, on how we're going to move into the future with COVID. So I just request a roll call vote on this one.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I just want to say that I think at this point, the reason why we should pass it is more has to do with the dynamicness of the situation and our lack of knowledge about what will be true a month or 2 or 3 from now. I have mixed feelings about having remote meetings. I think our public comment should be primarily for local issues and local people, and the remote format makes it seem harder for local people and easier for people who aren't local to make public comment. So I have some heartburn about that format, but I don't think that the county is being overly cautious. We have remained in person the entire pandemic. I don't know that there's very many government agencies, not even the legislature, that can say that. And we've done so because we wanted to be accessible for the public. And so, I could see discontinuing this if events go a certain way, but I think today I'm prepared to support it because I just don't think at this point we know what's going to be happening a month or 2 from now.
Any other comments? May I have a motion?
I'll move approval of A12.
Second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Hart?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Levanino?
Aye.
Chair Hartman?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
And A13, would you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 13 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding South Coast Youth Safety Partnership sponsors and host agency memorandum of understanding, MOU, and contract for fiscal years 2020 through 2021 and 2021 through 2022.
Supervisor Nelson?
This wasn't my item.
This was me.
Okay, your light
Yes.
was on. Supervisor Levanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, this is just kind of tangentially attached to this. So this is for the South County. We did try this in the North County, and unfortunately, our efforts weren't what I was looking for. We've now seen another spike in youth gang violence, including numerous shootings involving teenagers in the Santa Maria Valley. In fact, I believe there was another one last night. I'm working with some very dedicated community members to search for solutions and answers. And there is an organization that's kind of a ground-up response. I want to support their efforts. And so I'm just looking for, I just want to alert staff that I'll be asking for, a match of this sort for also the North County. I think our funds previously went back to the general fund, but we can research that. But there is a need, and we just got to figure out the proper vehicle to be able to do the best job to address that.
And I think CEO Miyasato wants to say something, but I would like to echo, thank you so much for saying that. I think my new city of Lompoc is facing the same issue, and I feel the same. CEO Miyasato.
Chair Hartman and Supervisor Lavanino, thank you for bringing that up. We did quickly look at this. And again, so just for history for some of the board members, in fiscal year 16-17, Supervisor Lavanino is urging the board appropriated $75,000 to assist in some sort of North County effort. I know that Supervisor Nelson, as Chief of Staff for the 4th District, served on that task force, and most of our criminal justice partner agencies, including your department head, sat on that task force. We did spend $20,000 on the California Cities Violence Prevention Network, and I think that was an organization who was helping organize that. So there is $55,000 left that we have continued to set aside. And so if Supervisor Lavanino comes forward with an organization or a method to spend that, we can reappropriate that for this year. So the money is available, at least for you to
So I will,
articulate that.
I'll join with you, Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Nelson. I think together we need to tackle this. This is all throughout all of our districts. So, I think maybe 3 heads are better than 1, and we can come up with something that works for all of us.
Respecting the Brown Act, yes. Okay, so that doesn't need a separate vote, so we can go on to A22. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 22 is a set hearing brought to you from the County Executive Office and the Public Works Department. This is to set a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the development of a countywide community workforce agreement, CWA ordinance, and project template. Again, this is a set hearing for February 1st, 2022, which is when the board will hear this item. And we have one request to speak on this item from the public, and that is Joshua Madrano.
Okay, and I'm looking at County Council. At this point, this is coming for discussion. It's agendized for discussion, the substantive issue, February 1st. So today, any remarks have to be about the set hearing. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, yes, you have discretion to limit it to the action taken today, which is just limited to the set hearing of the item.
Okay.
Alrighty, and we will now go to Joshua Madrano on Zoom. Joshua? And Joshua, if you can unmute your microphone on your end and provide your comments, we've unmuted you on our end. Joshua? Joshua, if you can hear me, if you can unmute yourself on your end, you are muted. Chair Hartman and members of the board, perhaps we can trail that item.
Yeah, or take it in public comment.
Correct, thank you.
So I think that concludes all the pulled items on our administrative agenda. So I'll now take a motion to approve the balance of the agenda, and that includes the changes to A27, the addition of A33, and the changes to A21. Is that correct? So may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any? Okay, motion passes. Madam Clerk, administrative item number 31, please. Would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 31 is sponsored by Supervisor Hart. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming January 2022 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us this morning in person is Landon Rank. And if you can join us at the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas human trafficking is a form of modern slavery that occurs in every state, including California, wherein victims are forced to work in various forms of labor exploitation, including but not limited to commercial sex acts and other services that are induced through force, fraud, or coercion. And whereas, due to its isolated and discrete nature, many individuals across the globe are unaware that trafficking exists in their communities. and it is estimated that more than 40.3 million people around the world are victims of human trafficking. And whereas human trafficking victims face a cruelty that has no place in a civilized world, it is a crime that can take many forms and one that tears at our social fabric, debases our common humanity, and violates what we stand for as a country. And whereas increased education about how to identify human trafficking, along with increased knowledge of in-state resources and services for those affected by criminal exploitation, can help decrease the number of future victims. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force is committed to using all applicable laws and resources for investigating human trafficking and prosecuting those engaged in it. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force has worked diligently to bring awareness to the fact that human trafficking occurs closer to home than one might think, that California ranks #1 in the country for reported human trafficking cases, and that Santa Barbara County is home to hundreds of survivors of trafficking and exploitation. And whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Month is an opportunity to recognize the critical role all Santa Barbara residents play in preventing, reporting, and adjudicating these heinous crimes. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares the month of January 2022 to be Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Santa Barbara County. Passed and adopted today.
Madam Chair, if I could just briefly say welcome to Landon for being here. This is obviously a very important issue. I think that the resolution very skillfully and carefully lays out the challenge and the opportunity that we have. We have a great track record here in Santa Barbara County for working together collaboratively, and we have a really unique partnership with SB Act, and I think that's what's very, very important. In addition to bringing awareness to the issue and to make people understand that even in Santa Barbara County, this is a real prominent problem that needs resources and attention, and we're fortunate to have many county departments fully engaged. But I want Landon to speak directly to the partnership that we have with Santa Barbara Act, because they're doing really important work in this space.
Would you start again, please?
Yes, that's no problem. Thank you, Supervisor Hart and Chair Hartman, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Landon Rank. I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Barbara County, and I'm on staff with SB Act, the Santa Barbara Alliance for Community Transformation, which is a 501c3 working here in our county and partnering with the county DA's office on this project. I'm here on behalf of the SB County Human Trafficking Task Force today to thank the Board of Supervisors for your adoption of this resolution in honor of Human Trafficking Awareness Month for Santa Barbara County. And I'm also here today in sad recognition of the fact that not only does human trafficking exist in our world today, in our country, in our state, but it also exists in our community here in Santa Barbara County. As much as we'd like to think our lovely home is immune to this heinous crime, we'd be ignoring reality to the detriment of our neighbors. What's more, the unique challenges of the last few years have only exacerbated the risk factors that create conditions for human trafficking to happen. We've seen countless members of our community lose sources of income due to the pandemic. We've seen rising housing prices statewide and more. The growing sense of desperation among our most vulnerable neighbors is palpable. So since 2017, the Human Trafficking Task Force has initiated 192 new human trafficking investigations in our county. From this work, more than 180 survivors have been identified. Of these 180, 30% were minors, and I'd like to just let that sink in. An additional 33% were between the ages of 18 to 24. 45%, almost half, were Santa Barbara County residents prior to entering a trafficking situation. And another 44% were California residents in general. 91% of these cases were instances of sex trafficking, but we suspect that there's also a large amount of labor trafficking that goes underreported in our community. But I don't want to get bogged down with specifics. I do want to restate that's 180 of our neighbors, men, women, children, teens, who were living as slaves in our midst. This is unconscionable, and I stand in recognition of them and all of those who have not yet been discovered. The SB County Human Trafficking Task Force was formed in 2013 to support these survivors and to prevent trafficking throughout our county. The task force is a multidisciplinary coalition of law enforcement, supportive service providers, community advocates, and more that provide leadership, data-driven decisions, public awareness and outreach, investigations and prosecutions, and services for the survivors themselves. I'm grateful to be a part of this coalition alongside our county partners that has helped to draw public attention to the issue and meet the specific needs of this uniquely vulnerable population. As this is Human Trafficking Awareness Month, we'll be hosting a virtual vigil in solidarity with survivors on Thursday, January 20th at 5:30 p.m. You can register for the Zoom at tinyurl.com/vigilforfreedom2022, and I'll share this link as well so that it's available for the public. We encourage you to join us. North, South, Mid-County partners will all be with us that day. And I'll forward other links. We have more information about other events happening throughout the month on our Facebook page, website, and at trafficstopsb.org. So on behalf of the task force, I want to say thank you again for your continued support and for standing with survivors this month. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the work that you and your organization does.
Thank you all.
Madam Clerk, would you read item number 32 into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, administrative item number 32 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Stephanie Langsdorf as the January 2022 Employee of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Stephanie Langsdorf and a few members of our Human Resources Department, including our Human Resources Director, Maria Elena de Covera. And if you could join us at the podium, I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Stephanie Langsdorf began her career with the County of Santa Barbara, working in the Board of Supervisors' 3rd District Office in 2009, and joined the Human Resources Department in 2017, where she currently splits her time between the Civil Service Commission and the Employee Relations Division. And whereas Stephanie serves as primary staff support for the Civil Service Commission, advising employees, labor representatives, and other individuals who have business before the commission, preparing meeting agendas and minutes, coordinating follow-up with hearing officers and interested parties, and otherwise assisting the commission chair and other commissioners as needed. And whereas in her role in employee relations, Stephanie undertakes special projects, conducts research, analyzes results, draft documents, organizes people and information, and generally does whatever needs to be done to help the Employee Relations Division reach collective bargaining agreements, resolve grievances, prepare for various negotiations, investigate allegations of misconduct, and respond to other issues as they arise. And whereas Stephanie brings resourcefulness, curiosity, logic, and a great attitude to her daily work and to whatever other duties are assigned, which have included everything from helping to draft a new employee handbook, to learning how to present information online in a usable format, to planning events large and small. And whereas Stephanie is enormously capable and does all of the things professionally and skillfully, with considerable tact and diplomacy, with admirable patience and good humor, and with both an inviolable grasp of the big picture as well as great attention to detail. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Stephanie Langsdorf as the Employee of the Month for January 2022, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Happy New Year as well to all of you. I'm Maria Elena de Guevara, the county's Human Resources Director, and I'm happy to come before you this morning to restart the county's Employee of the Month program. The program was suspended in early 2020 due to the pandemic. Rochelle Johnson, who's with me this morning, the program coordinator, and I bring it back to you effective today because, as the poem that Chair Hartman read earlier this morning, no matter how weighed down we may be, a program like the Employee of the Month can help build a culture of appreciation, and because our county employees are in fact worthy of the recognition. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you our first Employee of the Month recipient for 2022, Ms. Stephanie Langsdorf. Stephanie has been with the county since 2009, and she's been with county HR since 2017. And I had the pleasure of meeting Stephanie at the end of 2018 when I first arrived, and when she was only working for us part-time. After our first exchange, I knew a few things right away. She was very bright, she had a clever sense of humor, and I knew I had to find a way to increase her time with county HR. And she hasn't disappointed since. In fact, she has exceeded all expectations. It's not always easy to wear two hats, but Stephanie navigates her dual roles as Civil Service Commission Secretary and Employee Relations Analyst with the cool composure of a seasoned quarterback. Go Raiders. Had to throw that in there. And she is described by her customers and teammates as a shining star and the glue that holds us together. Stephanie's commitment to learning and growing is evidenced by her willingness to accept any assignment that stretches her. She was recently involved in labor negotiations and is currently enrolled in the Labor Relations Academy Master's Certification Program with the goal of getting certified through CalParala by June of 2023. Many congratulations, Stephanie. Your politeness, patience, and problem-solving attitude have contributed immensely to the increased quality of customer interactions and the department's productivity. Your professionalism and helpfulness represent county HR's and the county's values at their core. Thank you for using your valuable skills in our service. We cherish your contributions and look forward to your continued successes.
Thank you so much for the honor today. It's really nice to be up here after a year without having an employee of the month, and I want to acknowledge the board and say thank you to all of you. And first off, I'd like to thank the Civil Service Commissioners, especially over this last 2 years during the pandemic. They've really embraced Zoom, and they haven't really missed a beat. They've held public meetings remotely and performed their duties. When asked, they've shown up in person to hold hearings in a socially distanced manner, and they've really just modeled the spirit of public service. So I appreciate all of them. I'm excited to be part of the Human Resources team led by Maria Elena. She sets a really high bar for excellence and pushes change and innovation. And we all do our best to meet that, every challenge with professionalism and that can-do attitude that she models for us. In my role with employee relations, I'm just fortunate and really appreciate Joe Pisano. He's just the best to learn from. My whole ER team, they have a wealth of knowledge to share, and they just have the patience to teach in a supportive, learn by doing way. They kind of model it and then throw you into it, and that's really what helps me thrive. That's the way I appreciate learning. Each day I have the pleasure of working with staff that perform diverse functions throughout the county from every department. And I just really want to, in closing, acknowledge and appreciate their contributions every day. We've all, over the last 2 years, learned to pivot and pick up new skills just in the daily performance of our duties. I have a great job, and I'm just really thankful to be part of Santa Barbara County. So, thank you.
It's so great to hear. Supervisor Williams?
Well, there's just one part of the record that I have a problem with, which is that Stephanie, it is mentioned that Stephanie's worked for the county since 2009. The reality is that Stephanie was invested in this county and its future by working in politics, largely for people affiliated with the county, for over 10 years, longer than that. And so, it doesn't count on your benefits credit, but it counts on your credit in my heart, and it should in the hearts of your colleagues, that the concern and the care and the investment that you've had in the county as an institution for a long time. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thanks, Doug.
And it's so great to have Employee of the Month back again. It's a step towards the new normal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that finishes off the administrative agenda. I forgot to ask the CEO whether she had a report today.
No report this morning.
Okay, so we're turning to general public comment. And our rules say that general public comment is 15 minutes total. And I gather we have 5 people, so 3 minutes each. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, that is correct. We have 5 requests to speak on general public comment this morning. And we will begin on Zoom with Joshua, excuse me. Actually, unfortunately, Joshua is not available, but we will begin on Zoom with Denise Adams to be followed by Lynn Gibbs. And if you are a member of the public and you have signed up on general public comment for our agenda today, now is the time to log in and provide your comments. Denise?
Hi, can you hear me? Happy New Year to all of you.
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm Zoom tech inept. Anyway, I wanted to start off by thanking my supervisor, District 1 Supervisor Doss Williams, for addressing accessibility issues for his constituents at meetings. I'm grateful that you have kept the chambers open so that people like me who are Zoom inept can still access you. And while I'm addressing you, Supervisor Williams, I also want to remind you that my street where the road department started work in April, we would welcome them coming back now that it's 2022 to finish it up because it still awaits the road department. I wanted to call in today to address the comments by Supervisor Hartman. Congratulations on your appointment. And your opening remarks were regarding celebrating our diverse cultures. And I've lived here for 42 years in Santa Barbara County, and I hope in 2022 that as our elected board, you will start by celebrating the American culture. The unique, most highly admired and desired culture in the world is our culture, that of the United States of America, and it's being ignored. I think by recognizing our American culture, you just might be able to unify our county community and give every person here hope and confidence that our government can be restored. And I, for one, can tell you that I've lost all confidence in government, and it's just very depressing. There's a high segment within this community that are ignored and excluded. No amount of tax-funded grants or money that you gift to the Fund for Santa Barbara for Equity will result in equity until everyone in our community gets served. And as our county leaders, I hope you will actively listen to all of us. Then it's time, in my opinion, to respond to the excluded part of our community, which includes people like me that were excluded from daily life, and then all those students that are excluded from attending public schools. And the unintended consequences, which is something that Supervisor Hart always addressed at the city council level, are many. We're going to have a demand for more housing if Santa Barbara City College does not admit 40% of our students here within our district are not allowed to attend City College on campus. And the plan is that they will replace that decline in enrollment with foreign students. Those foreign students are going to come in and they're going to demand housing. So my suggestion to all of you is, will you please schedule some meetings with the public health department to hear from the people who live within this county, because the consequences are many. I'm hearing from principals of public
That
schools
is your
daily.
time, Ms. Adams. Thank you so much for sharing your comments with us today.
We will now go to Lynn Gibbs to be followed by Justin Shores.
And before Ms. Gibbs starts, I close public comment, the line for signing in now.
Thank you. And we will go to Lynn Gibbs.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Gibbs, and I chair the NAMI Santa Barbara County Public Policy Committee. I was asked to make a comment regarding the COVID outbreak at the jail. And I will say that I've read about the measures that the Sheriff's Department's taking, and I've read the criticisms, and I don't feel well enough informed to make a judgment as to whether enough's being done or not being done. So this is not the subject of my comment, but I wanted to say that I've been contacted by parents whose children are on felonies in the jail and have been for some time, who are besides themselves with worry. Statewide, there are 1,700 plus inmates in jails on felonies awaiting transfer to the state hospital system. And last week, the state hospital system suspended transfers because of COVID. So this will just lengthen the time people have to wait. If I personally know 6 parents whose kids are sitting in the jail on felonies, I wonder, what the scope of the problem is. And we'd like to understand that. We can't afford to continue having these persons just sitting in the jail. And we have heard that over the past several months, there's been increasing pressure to arrest people at the psychiatric health facility on felony charges and move them to the jail. And for behaviors that in the past would not have been arrested. And to us, this is the opposite of the diversion effort we're engaged in. The Community Corrections Partnership set aside $3 million several years ago for a secured mental health rehabilitation center outside the jail. And the state has competitive grant opportunities for infrastructure right now. Yet we understand that the Community Corrections Partners Subcommittee on the MHRC has remained firmly focused on misdemeanors. And we hope that in their upcoming recommendations, they'll address the situation with felony clients in the jail. We in NAMI believe it's time to move ahead on planning for the secured forensic treatment facility outside the jail for
Thank you,
persons
Ms.
with
Gibbs. That is your time.
felonies.
And we will now go to Justin Shores, who is our final speaker on general public comment. Justin?
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Chair Hartman. Hopefully you enjoy your next year in the position. I do want to kind of echo what a caller earlier said on bringing the community together. I think it's to be a more effective outreach to our community to highlight our culture in Goleta, even, our local culture, bring our city together, bring our county together, the Santa Barbara culture. Because I think people are really proud of that. We're really proud of our community. We're really proud of our, what we've got here. So I think that should be more of a focus when you're trying to bring people together than trying to split people into boxes and almost divide them even more. So I think that would be something to think about. And I know it would ring true. I think people are really looking for localism, something that's outside of party. We're tired of the parties. We want to work together as a community on really important issues. Also, I just want to throw out one more time. My mom got COVID really bad, and she was sent home with no treatment in California. And now that Dr. Fauci is even more exposed on the emails that came out yesterday that he was talking to today, he didn't deny anything. Those emails say that ivermectin is a cure for COVID. So how long will our county ignore this? I mean, there's pharmacies in Santa Barbara not prescribing ivermectin because of health policy. This is killing people. This needs to stop. And when will it be addressed? When will Dr. Ensort say anything about it? It's not what he's saying, it's what he's not saying. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep coming here and saying, save people's lives. Bring this out in front and tell us why Dr. Ensort and pharmacies in Santa Barbara County are not prescribing treatments. Why are we letting people die? Why are we sending them home with known treatments available? So I just really I'm not gonna stop saying that because it's truer and truer every day. The more and more you guys ignore it, and the more Dr. Ansor and the public health department ignores it, the more it's apparent that they are doing the wrong thing. So really, really, please start studying. Look outside of California public health. Start calling them on this stuff. We need your help. We need you guys to call them on it because public health will not give up their power. They've never had this much power or recognition or money. He's going to keep this power as long as he can. So we need your help desperately. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shore. And that concludes public comment.
Yes, Chair Hartman and members of the board, that concludes public comment.
And Madam Clerk, do we need a 10-minute break for the translator?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, yes, if we can please receive a quick either 5 to 10-minute break, that would be much appreciated.
Okay, we'll have a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10:35. So we are reconvening the meeting of January 11th, 2022, first meeting of the year here in Santa Barbara Board Chambers, and we're social distancing because of COVID. So Supervisor Lavanino and Supervisor Hart can't see them on the screen necessarily, but they are here. Madam Clerk, will you read our first departmental item into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider the Board of Supervisors 2022 appointments to the boards, commissions, and committees. And as the board will recall, each January, the Board of Supervisors consider appointments to boards, commissions, and committees on which a member or members of the Board of Supervisors serve. We have 3 attachments to the board letter associated with this item today. Attachment A is a list of boards, commissions, and committees on which a member or members of the board serve. Attachment B is a current Board of Supervisors appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. And attachment C is the current Board of Supervisors appointments organized by supervisor. As the board will see on the screen, we will be tracking any and all changes as we go through the list of boards, commissions, and committees. I recommend that we utilize attachment B of today's staff report as our guide that reflects the current appointments made in 2021. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Chair Hartman and the board for further discussion.
Okay, well, I think the clerk's advice is good, that we just go down and ask if there is any desire to change. So Adult and Aging Network, that's Supervisor Williams and myself. I would love to continue. What about you, Supervisor Williams?
I could continue, but if one of my colleagues wanted to do a stint, that would be fine as well.
Is anybody raising their hand for this assignment? I don't see, so I think you're continuing, Supervisor Williams, if you're willing to do it.
I am.
The next is Area Agency on Aging, and that's Supervisor Lavanino, and he's got thumbs up, and nobody is fighting him for that. Beach Erosion Authority for Control Operations and Nourishment, Beacon. We have Supervisor Williams, Hart, and I serve as an alternate. Is there any change there? Seeing none, that holds. Behavioral Wellness Commission, Supervisor Hart.
Actually, can we go back to that just for a moment?
Oh,
Sorry,
sure.
I
Beacon?
apologize, Supervisor Hartman. There's an additional vacant alternate member. Is that's the
Oh.
first time I've seen that.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Yes, Chair Hartman and members of the board, upon further discovery, we did notice in the bylaws and in the board's protocols that or in the bylaws for Beacon, thank you, excuse me, that this position our appointment does have 2 regular members and 2 alternates, but historically our board has only appointed 1 alternate, but you do have the option to appoint a second alternate member for this board.
And I would add that I've been the alternate for a number of years and never attended a meeting, but if you're eager to be an alternate on Beacon, we can.
My understanding is it's typically a South County agency, but now that all 5 districts have a piece of the coast now, I wouldn't mind serving on that as an alternate,
Okay.
at least to get my foot in the door there.
So we'll put Supervisor Nelson as one of the 2 alternates.
So we can talk about this later with County Council, that how we choose which alternate would be going then if Supervisor Williams or Hart can't attend. And so is it your preference that then Supervisor Hartman, and then if she's not available, Supervisor Nelson?
I think that's what my intention would be, especially since I think Supervisor Hartman has more representation of some of the areas along the coast.
Okay.
I'd be glad to be the subservient alternate there.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Again, I'm eager to go, but I've never been. They're always, our colleagues are always there. So it won't be a heavy lift for you. Turning to E, California State Association of Governments of Counties, CSAC, and Supervisor Williams is our regular member and Supervisor Hart is the alternate. Any changes there?
Excuse me, Chair Hartman and members of the board, did we cover D for Behavioral Wellness Commission?
Yes, we did, and then we went back. Supervisor Hart's continuing.
Great, thank you.
So CSAC, any changes? Okay, stays status quo. CenCal Health, I'm willing to continue. If anybody has a burning desire, I would open it up, the opportunity. Okay, I will continue. The Child Care Planning Council, Supervisor Hart is the regular member, Supervisor Nelson is the alternate. Any changes to that? Okay. Communify, formerly the Community Action Commission, Supervisor Nelson is the regular member and Supervisor Hartman is the alternate. Any changes to that? I should say I have not been active as the alternate, although that's allowed. If anybody would like to do it and can be more active than I've been as the alternate, they're welcome. But okay, status quo. Community Corrections Partnership, Supervisor Hart, continue. Debt Advisory Committee, Supervisor Lavanino as the regular member, Supervisor Nelson as the alternate. Continue. The Elected Officials Committee on Regional Homelessness Solutions, 2 regular members, Supervisor Hart and myself. I'd very much like to continue, and Supervisor Hart chairs that group. We've got a meeting coming up soon. First 5, Supervisor Williams is the regular member and Supervisor Nelson is the alternate. Continuing. The Indian Gaming Local Community Benefit Committee, 2 regular members, and that's Supervisor Williams and me, but we never meet.
And supervisors, we don't meet because the law had changed in that there's no money to be allocated, basically, but we continue this in case there should be a change in
So
either
this is a
funding or law.
placeholder?
Yes.
Okay. Juvenile Justice Coordination Council, Supervisor Nelson as the North County.
Just supervisors, just so that Natasha is caught up, so we would keep status quo on that one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Juvenile Justice Coordination Council, Supervisor Nelson is the North County regular member and Supervisor Hart is the South County regular member. Looks like continuing status quo. Kids Network, I serve as the chair and Supervisor Lavanino is the vice chair. We're both eager to continue. The Law Library, I would that's something that the chair does, and so I'll take that on. Legislative Program Committee, Supervisor Williams and myself. I'd love to continue, Supervisor Williams. Okay.
I'd like to continue that, but, yeah, I'd like to continue that.
Library Advisory Committee, 1 regular member, Supervisor Williams.
I can continue that.
All right. LAFCO, and these are appointed for actual terms, and so I think we just leave those terms in place. We have Supervisor Lavanino and myself. His term expires in March 2022, mine in March 2023, and Supervisor Williams has been the alternate. Okay.
Chair Hartman?
Please, yeah.
I don't know if that creates an opportunity in March to have a discussion or whether it's a discussion we can have now, especially since it's agendized for today. I spoke with Supervisor Lavanino before today's meeting. I represent the community of Orchid, and I'm going to be growing my unincorporated representation in the coming year. And a lot of those areas, especially the east side of Santa Maria that I'm going to be representing, that is where is proposed for future annexations. So I think it'd be, especially if there's, with Supervisor Lavanino's agreement, I like to take his spot on LAFCO. I know typically Supervisor Williams has been the alternate, and you might want to move the alternate up, but I would ask the board's indulgence on letting me be the voting member, considering that there's some significant portions of my district that are open for annexation and potential conflicts that might exist there that I'm really attentive to and want to be an engaged partner.
And Supervisor Williams?
I would be amenable to that.
Okay, so we do have a change. Now, I believe this doesn't happen until March unless we get a resignation.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I'm consulting with council at the moment, but it is my understanding that since we are agendized today, I believe we can either reappoint or appoint to a new term ending to March 1st, 2026, since they are 4-year terms on LAFCO, but perhaps you can give us a minute.
Yeah, or maybe we appoint till March 2022 and then reappoint.
Madam Chair, I'm just going to take a look at that really quick if you want to keep going
Okay,
down.
yeah, we'll come back to S.
Madam Chair, I just want to weigh in on that just for a second. When Supervisor Nelson brought that to me, I was a little hesitant at first. Then when I looked at the new, basically district boundaries, the pressure for annexation in Santa Maria as it pertains to the county would be heading east. I no longer have eastern Santa Maria. That's going to be in the 4th district. So it really did make sense to me. So I think Supervisor Nelson is probably in a much better position to deal with things that are on the agenda there.
Just while we're looking at that, how many years have you served on LAFCO?
It's been a while. Since I started. So
Yeah, so a
I
lot of
think
expertise.
I've been at least an alternate for probably 12 years.
Okay, well, while County Council's looking at that, we will go to Multi-Jurisdictional Solid Waste Task Force, Supervisor Hart and myself. Continue. NACO, National Association of Counties, Supervisor Lavanino, regular member, Supervisor Williams is the alternate. Continue that. The Psychiatric Health Facility Governing Board, Supervisor Nelson is the regular member. I'm the alternate member. This conflicts with the Adult and Aging Network, so when I've had to attend, I've missed one. So I find it fascinating, but it's a conflict, so I'd like to find another alternate. And Supervisor Hart, I see a little nod there.
Well, I had previously served on this committee, and it is really valuable learning experience to be part of that. I don't know if Supervisor Lavanino would want to have that experience, but
I passed it to you.
I
So
think
actually
everybody's
was
had
there
an
from
opportunity.
the original.
Well,
Yeah.
let me, Chair
please.
Hartman, I think what we had talked about before was maybe rotating everybody through because this is so important. That said, this whole year has been on Zoom. I really haven't got a chance to really engage on this committee, so I'd like to stay on for at least another year.
Terrific.
But think in the future of us going down that route of going through, because I think it's of huge importance to the county.
So we still need an alternate.
I'll serve as the alternate if.
Terrific.
Yeah.
The Retirement Board, and that's Supervisor Lavanino, and that term ends at the end of this year. And do you want to continue, Supervisor Lavanino?
I would love to.
Terrific.
And Chair Hartman, and if Supervisor Lavanino could keep bringing in the returns that he does, I think
Yeah.
we can appoint him for
Well,
life.
Exactly.
Yes, I will guarantee that. Thank you.
And a new committee, the Rural County Representatives of California. Supervisor Nelson is the regular member and Supervisor Lavanino is the alternate, and I assume you'll both continue.
Yes, please.
And the Funders Collaborative of Home for Good, Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Nelson.
I'm glad to stay. Right. And that brings, Chair Hartman, that brings up the question on whether that committee is still valid, and maybe that's something that we should ask staff to go back on. I think that was around having United Way of North Santa Barbara County be a part of the contractor for the county. I don't think they are for this use anymore, and so the need for it might be moot.
We can look at that. It'd be helpful if you make your appointments, and then we can come back to the board. But thank you.
And then the last one is the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act Board, Supervisor Lavanino. Okay, that brings us back to LAFCO.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I've looked at the guidance on LAFCO and consulted with the clerk of the board, and my recommendation is that we can go ahead and replace Supervisor Lavanino with Supervisor Nelson to end the term in March, and my recommendation is just bring it back in March, because otherwise the terms are all supposed to be staggered and starting in March. So just don't want to get the appointments to be off if we did a new appointment today. So just, I think you could do as part of the motion just to replace Supervisor Lavanino's regular position with Supervisor Nelson until the end of this term.
Okay,
You know
so,
what, Madam Chair, just to make it cleaner and easier, I think we have a meeting in February. I'll let them know in February that I'm going to move, and let's just bring it back. I don't want to look like I was resigning the post or something like that. I want to fill out my term, and then let's just bring it so that in March, Supervisor Nelson comes in as the new member.
so that's our understanding, and then, so it's status quo for this moment.
Correct.
Supervisor Williams, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, I think that's a good approach.
So before we get a motion, then I think we want to summarize what the changes are. And so for Beacon, we're adding a second alternate, Supervisor Nelson. The law library, we're adding the chair back. We're going to do some work on the Funders Collaborative. Are there any other changes? Did I miss any?
I think the Psychiatric Health Board have.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. The one that I'm,
And Chair
and so
Hartman,
that's
members.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Correct, yes.
Okay, can I get a motion then that,
I'll move approval of the recommended changes.
Second.
and all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes. One of those little courtesies that could have been very difficult, and you made it very easy. So turning then next to departmental item number 2.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is brought to us by the Clerk, Recorder, Assessor, and Elections Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an ordinance adding Chapter 11C to the county code requiring electronic campaign disclosure.
And Mr. Holland, will you be making the presentation?
Yes, actually, it's not much of a presentation. This is really just introduction of an ordinance adding Chapter 11C to the county code, which would require electronic campaign disclosure and filing, which has long been on our list of things to finally accomplish. And so we're proud to be bringing this before your board. We just need to read in the title into the today, and then have this item continued to January 25th so that the ordinance will in fact become law, which will then allow us to do electronic campaign disclosure and filing.
Well, thank you for your hard work on this. Are there any board questions of Mr. Holland? I see no lights or nods. Is there any public comment on this matter, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, may I have a motion that we approve this first reading?
I'll make a motion that we approve the introduction of the ordinance. So staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. So turning to departmental agenda item number 3. And Madam Clerk, will you read that into the record, please?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to receive and file an update regarding the County of Santa Barbara's 2020 Citizens Independent Redistricting Commission, also known as CIRC, final approved plan for the County of Santa Barbara supervisorial districts.
And who is making the presentation on this, Madam Clerk?
Supervisors, this is just to give you an update on all the supervisorial district changes that were made by the CIRC. And so Ms. Anderson will give the presentation. And I also know that Mr. Glenn Morris, who served as the chair of the CIRC, is also online. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. This item is to provide you a brief update on the county's supervisorial redistricting process recently completed by the Citizens Independent Redistricting Commission. The commission, known as CIRC, adopted its final plan on December 13th, and in accordance with county code, submitted that plan to the county elections department. The plan becomes effective 30 days after the submittal, which would be January 13th or this week. The commission is considering holding a final meeting later this month to discuss process improvements for the next redistricting that would be submitted to your board for information and future consideration. This was the first redistricting process for the county that was not led by your board as a result of Measure G that established the independent commission. The commission has spent the last year completing their primary function. The process included 39 public meetings and many outreach sessions. The meetings included hundreds of county public participants and more than 1,700 public comments with 114 draft maps submitted. The complete redistricting process has been documented in detail over the past year on the CIRC's website at drawsantabarbaracounty.org. The county is required to retain this information for 10 years until the next redistricting. On the site, the public can find all the information related to the meetings held, including agendas, minutes, public comments, and recorded videos of the meetings. Additionally, all the draft maps and, of course, the adopted map are posted. The interactive mapping tool available allows anyone to look up an address for district changes. The adopted map did result in some district boundary changes as a result of the plan that impacted all 5 districts. Changes in the boundaries have potential impacts on the residential location of current board members and appointments made by board members. All current supervisors, however, remain qualified within your respective districts. Staff is continuing to check certain appointments for boards, commissions, and committees. While all the district boundary changes can be found on the redistricting website, we did want to note some of the more significant changes by district. For District 1, West Cuyama Valley moved from District 5. For District 2, Isla Vista and UCSB areas moved from District 3. For District 3, the Lompoc area moved from District 4. For District 4, the areas Los Alamos, Vandenberg Village, and Vandenberg Space Force Base moved from District 3. And for District 5, the Guadalupe area moved from District 3. After review of more than 70 boards, commissions, and committees, staff has identified the following commissions that may be impacted by boundary changes. They include the Civil Service Commission, County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee, Fish and Wildlife Commission, Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, and the Planning Commission as well. County Council is working with the administrators of these commissions to identify any action that is needed. Lastly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the commissioners, the CIRC staff, and the public participants that made this incredibly important effort so productive and engaging. If anyone from the public would like more information related to the redistricting process, we would encourage them to visit the CIRC's website at drawsantabarbaracounty.org. That concludes my comments for this item. And as CEO Miyasato indicated, Chair Glenn Morris of the CIRC is also available by Zoom.
CEO Miyasato, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I just also want to thank not only if you watched any of the commission members, how thoughtful they were, how much time it took. Thank you really to Glenn Morris for facilitating excellent commission meetings, I thought. And also I want to thank my staff because although it is a independent redistricting commission, I foolishly thought it wouldn't take a lot of my office's time in just helping facilitate and coordinate. But thank you very much to Ms. Anderson, Gina DePinto, and Reese Ellsworth and our staff who did spend a lot of time helping and helping facilitate and get information for the commission.
And Mr. Morris, would you like to tell us what it was like?
Chair and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to just make a couple of comments. I want to echo the appreciation that your staff expressed to members of your team, the staff, county staff, as well as our contracted staff. I suspect that everybody invested a lot more time in this process than we anticipated going in, but they did it with grace and with a willingness to work through the issues and to do it in a positive way. We would not have been as successful as we were without a lot of those quiet efforts on the part of the staff. And then finally, would just express appreciation to the rest of the commissioners. You know, for most of us, this was a new experience and opportunity, and a lot of on-the-job learning. But again, I think everyone stepped up and really took the assignment seriously, and tried to put aside some of their maybe personal opinions, and really tried to listen to the feedback we got from the members of the public. Let me just finish by just expressing also appreciation to the public. I believe the number ended up being somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,700 or something like that. You know, formally recorded input comments, and you know, many folks engaged with us in this process. I think we all learned things about our county that maybe not everyone knew, and so that was a useful exercise. Our commission does plan to do some, to engage in an effort later in the first quarter to capture ideas and recommendations for whoever gets to do this in 10 years, so that hopefully some of that learning doesn't get lost. But again, we're grateful for the support of the county and the members of the public, and glad to hand the final document over to you at this point.
Well, and thank you for your skilled chairmanship. This could have gone off the rails, and it could have been something where we at the board had to pass it off to the courts, and it would have been a very different situation. So thank you very much to everyone who came to this successful outcome. Are there questions for Ms. Anderson or Mr. Morris from board members? Supervisor Williams?
Well, I just wanted to thank all those who volunteered to be on the commission. Without that participation, this process would fall apart. And thank the people who provided public comment. You know, this is also needs to be a participatory part of the democracy. You know, there were definitely disappointments that I had, and frankly nervousness that my colleagues have had that I felt vicariously. But of course, I also understand that it's in the nature of having this kind of process that not everything that I think should be the way the universe is structured comes to pass. And so, you know, I would say that it is something I'm remain thankful for, and thankful for the public and the people who stepped up to help make it happen.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question before I have any comments, and that one of those I think is to Ms. Anderson, and that is one of the commissions or committees, whatever it's called, that I didn't see on the list that is kind of a concern to me is the Santa Maria Cemetery District. And that does have, I believe, 5 trustees. They're on terms, and that is now moved out of the 5th district and into the 4th district. And I'm just going to need some help, in probably some legal help as well, of how do we, you know, how do we make that transition of power, and do they serve out their terms, or do they not serve out their terms, or do they need to be reappointed by Supervisor Nelson, or how all that plays out. So it's the Santa Maria Cemetery District, and again, the 5th District Supervisor is the one that makes those appointments. So, and the sooner we can make that transition, the better. If there is, this is one of those things. Unfortunately, I'm wrapping in a bow and handing to Supervisor Nelson. And I know we're all kind of, you know, I know Supervisor Hartman's reached out to my office as well of transitioning Guadalupe, and there's a lot of things that we need to do. This is one I'll be happy to move on with.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, so speaking to this cemetery district specifically, which for those of you that don't know, that's actually where I got my start in local government. I served on that committee and actually as the chair for multiple years before getting more engaged. You know, yes, it's going to be in the 4th district, but you know that's not the only. But the district itself is the city of Santa Maria and Orchid, and so I think as we start to look at some of these districts, let's take a look at that and see if that's still appropriate to be all of them by a single supervisor. Even the Lompoc Cemetery District, even though it's in the city, actually it's in the county, but it's going to be in the new 3rd district. That district includes Vandenberg Village, and so you know those people that live in that community. You know, I think some of my appointees live in the village. Yeah. They're part of that district. So maybe we could take a second look at some of these committees that cross district lines, kind of like we do with like the NBAR, where we have some appointments from the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th, and that we kind of do that collectively. I'm more than happy to be engaged and appoint all of them if necessary, but I think there's a better way to do it in the future.
Well, I think you brought up a good point, because I honestly I think we're probably split on how much we have of Santa Maria. So I don't mind keeping it. There's got to be some changes that are forthcoming, but I just need some guidance on how we legally handle that transition, or we don't, or we redefine who appoints what.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're happy to take a look at both of those, and if there's any others that you think of, just let us know. The ones that we've reviewed so far are where there's residency requirements from the appointees, so these are a little different because their district boundaries aren't changing, but it may impact which supervisor does the appointments.
So having said that, so on Planning Commission, just want to make sure, so my commissioner is no longer inside my district. I just want to make sure he's able to he'll be able to complete his term, so he'll go to the end of December. Just want to know how that plays out.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Levin, I'll take a look at that,
Okay.
and I'll just follow up with you separately.
Okay. So then, just comment-wise, I just wanted to, first off, I wanted to thank Supervisor Nelson. He's the one, actually, that kind of kicked this whole thing off, and there was times when the commission wasn't really going the way I thought it was going to go, and so I was maybe not thanking him at the time. But I think what Supervisor Williams said was correct, is that the reason why we gave this to the citizens is to take it out of our hands. And I think it's just better public policy. However the map ended up, I started off by saying that I didn't care what map we ended up with. I thought it was going to be something better than whatever the 5 of us came up with. And well, I had my doubts at the end. A lot of sleepless nights. But we did. We ended up with something that I think had put public policy over politics. And that's what should have happened. And so thank you to all the members of the commission. I'm sure it was much more work than anybody thought that they were signing up for. Quite frankly, I pretty much ignored the beginning of it because it was so confusing and there were so many maps, and only got really connected once it got down to the nitty-gritty. But you know, I'm glad I'm welcoming in Guadalupe. And one of the tweaks that I would like to see, I think I won't be around next time, but I think there does need to be, I think the rules were a little strict on engaging with anybody that had an interest at all. It really seemed, and maybe that's a good thing, I don't know, it just felt like a little hands-tied approach. And then when people are in those situations, generally they try to figure out how to make it happen without following the rules. So I think there was pressure on that from some people that, you know, I'm sure everybody did what they were supposed to do, but I just think that there needed to be a little bit more of an open line of communication. It can all be reported, just like we do whenever we have ex parte. It just seemed people, I don't know, were either hesitant to contact people. And so anyway, I thought we ended up with a great map. I'm very supportive, and I'm looking forward to my new district.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hart. Yeah, I was involved in getting this going. behind the scenes with an organization here locally. But ultimately, this was a measure that was written, I believe, in most part by Supervisor Williams. So there's a lot of things there that actually ultimately passed. And I think I remember some discussions I had with his chief of staff that time on, maybe we should have got all together at the very beginning and wrote a single ordinance and worked together, because this has always been something Supervisor Williams has been an advocate for. He was an advocate for this when he was in the state legislature. I think he may have voted for the bill that allowed counties to do this, because that's actually new legislation that allowed that to happen for this census. And I believe our county was the only one, or definitely the first, to have a citizens initiative to have a citizens independent redistricting commission. So we were vanguards here. And there's a lot of things to be celebrated. One thing that I thought was to be noted, it was a unanimous decision at the end. Despite cries of partisanship, at the very end, all 11 commissioners signed on to this and put their names behind it and voted for it. There was a supermajority requirement as the initiative required, but ultimately it was a unanimous decision, and I think that speaks volumes to the commission, and also what we're doing up here as a board, as we talked about earlier today. I think we're setting that trend for our county, and that's a great thing. I really am interested in the after action report that comes out, because I do think since we were first, it was messy. And the problem with this messy initiative being a citizens initiative that was voted on by the public, is my understanding, to change it, to improve it, it's going to take a new initiative. So I'm just throwing it out there now that I would be glad to be a part of that process. I think to get something like that passed, it's going to need to be bipartisan. And so if any of my colleagues in the future want to, once we get that report back, get together, talk about things that worked or didn't work, and maybe bring forth an initiative from this board to be amended prior to 2030. I think the sooner that we do that, the better. Maybe maybe others might disagree, but I think that's something we should look at for the future. The other thing was the public participation was amazing. I had heard that San Bernardino had 8 public maps submitted, and we had 114. And for those who don't know San Bernardino, it's the largest county in the United States. They had 8 public maps submitted, and we had 114. I just think that speaks volumes to the process that we had. It was probably a little bit too long, and I'm thankful for the commissioners that stuck it through. I can see how they could suffer through some burnout. We did lose some along the way, and I hope that we can improve the process, but still retain the independency that happened. I found it very ironic, and I said to some that, a process that I helped get started, that I could have gotten drawn out of my own district, and at one point there was a proposal on the table that looked like. Messy, of course, but that's kind of how this democracy works, and I was excited to see the new district. For me, getting a chance now to represent even more unincorporated area, that's always been my bread and butter. It's something I've loved. I love unincorporated communities growing up in Orchid. Getting a chance to represent Los Alamos and Vandenberg Village and Tepiscay and Sisquoc and Gary. I mean, I'm sure some people see those and may not love those things. I love those types of communities, and I'm really looking forward to the opportunity to represent them up here on the dais. Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Hart, did you have anything? Okay, well, I wanted to second what Supervisor Nelson said about dealing with this sooner. Maybe we won't be here in 10 years, but we're fresh with the knowledge from this experience, and I think to distill that and take it so that we set it up for next time, given what we've learned this time, will be very important. So I guess that's direction, or at least you're hearing from some of us that we would like to do that. We had COVID and the delay with the census, and I think that was extremely wearing on the committee, and people had to resign. We even had one tragically a death. So it's really something that the people who did this stuck with it. And I think, now what our Board of Supervisors feels like sometimes when we're on the hot seat, because they were the focus of a lot of intense community feeling. But the thing that's really amazing to me is 1,700 members of the public government is only as good as the people who are engaged in it, and I think that just says volumes about Santa Barbara County. And I think what's come out is really good. It's well based in the various factors that had to be considered. I feel mourning to lose some of my favorite communities, but and the people and relationships that I've built up. I think my district, I probably personally then will have represented more different communities in Santa Barbara County than any other supervisor in history. And I have to say, I'm not going to let go entirely. We do have a courtesy where the supervisor in whose district things lie, that person gets to speak first and is consulted. But I'm understanding all that. I'll have a special interest in these communities that I've represented, but I'm especially eager to have Morro Galita and Lompoc is going to be very exciting. So. It's a new world and a lot of new changes and a lot of questions about the commissions and how we change that up over time, but we'll be learning that in the coming weeks and months. So with that, I think we're ready for a motion of receive and file and perhaps, Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I'll make that motion, and I just wanted to thank Supervisor Hartman for her gracious colleagueship in the transition of representing Isla Vista. She's done a great job, her team, of bringing me along. I do have a long history of involvement in the community of Isla Vista. My first elective office was as a member of the Isla Vista Community Council when I was a student at UCSB. So it'll be nice to come back to represent the community I got my political start in. And Supervisor Hartman's staff and herself have been wonderfully helpful in making this transition. So thank you. So
Let's see. No, I guess there's no public comment on this, which is notable since for many reasons. But so we're ready for a motion and a second.
I'll move the to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
And Chair Hartman, members of the board, can I please confirm with the maker of that motion that that does include A and B for CEQA as well?
That does as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're turning to departmental item number 4. Would you read that into the record, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding amendments to the Cannabis Business Licensing Fee Ordinance.
We're gonna go to the session at 12:20. And before you begin, Supervisor Lavanino reminded me that in terms of time, we will hear departmental item number 4, then we'll go into closed session, and then we'll come back for the final item on today's agenda. So go ahead. Ms.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartman and supervisors. I'm just here, Brittany Heaton, to present, introduce this item. This is an amendment to the Cannabis Business License Fee Ordinance. I have Stephen Yee here with me, who I have to recognize and appreciate for doing a lion's share of the work on this effort. And he'll be presenting this for you today. I did want to just go into our last slide, has our recommendations. I'll pull those up really quick and go over those with you and point out that that first phrase that says on November 2nd, staff continues to, that was a mistake on my part. This should just say recommend that the Board of Supervisors and then consider our first reading today, read the title and waive further reading of the ordinance, and then we're setting a hearing for the administrative agenda on January 25th. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Stephen, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heaton. Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I'd like to begin today by providing your board some background and context on cannabis business licensing fees. As you'll recall, your board adopted the Cannabis Business Licensing Ordinance, Chapter 50, and corresponding business licensing fee ordinance in May of 2018. As part of the fee ordinance, 3 unique fees were established in order to fully recover the costs associated with the business licensing team's review of initial applications, review of annual renewal applications, and mid-year compliance activities. The fees were initially established as deposit fees, meaning that applicants are charged based on the actual hours conducted by the licensing team using the established reimbursement rates for each job classification. The proposed amendments for consideration by your board today are intended to achieve the following objectives. Reflect changes in salaries and benefits for each of the licensing team departments' job classifications. This is critical to achieving full cost recovery, as the licensing team's reimbursement rates that are currently in place are now 3 years stale. These amendments will also adjust the indirect cost rates for each licensing team department. Similar to salaries and benefits, these rates have not been updated since adoption in May of 2018. We'll also be adding County Fire and the Carpinteria-Summerlin Fire District to the reimbursement rate structure, as both entities were omitted from the initial fee study and existing fee ordinance. And lastly, the annual renewal and compliance fees will be converted to fixed fees, while initial application fees will remain a deposit fee, as staff anticipates very few new initial applications to be submitted prospectively. As part of the fee study that was conducted in order to inform the amendments being proposed today, staff took the following approach to develop fees that provides for full cost recovery for each of the licensing team departments. First, we performed a thorough review of all available data, including a historical look back at the labor hours spent on each application by department for each of the 3 core review functions previously mentioned. This labor data was then used to arrive at the average time spent on each application. Next, staff updated the salaries and benefits costs and indirect cost rates for each of the licensing team departments' job classifications to develop updated hourly reimbursement rates. Average labor hour assumptions and the updated hourly reimbursement rates by department for each of the 3 core review functions were then reviewed and vetted by each licensing team department's operational and finance staff to ensure accuracy, reasonability, and full cost recovery. And lastly, the fee study was thoroughly reviewed by auditor staff, who provided their concurrence as to the reasonableness of the fee methodology, equitability of the resulting fees, and that the proposed fees do in fact achieve full cost recovery to the licensing team departments. Here we show the initial application fee schedule. The existing deposit fee is currently set at $3,250. And the newly proposed deposit fees now range from $3,380 to $5,758. A fee range has been established and varies based on the license or licenses being applied for, the area of operation, and whether the applicant is subject to an energy conservation plan or not. For example, an operator that is applying for outdoor cultivation in the inland unincorporated area would pay a deposit fee of $5,568. This deposit fee would reflect labor costs for County Fire, since the proposed operation location in this example falls within their jurisdiction. This deposit fee would exclude the CSD Sustainability Division's labor costs, given that the project is outdoor cultivation and is therefore not subject to an energy conservation plan, but would include the balance of the licensing team's labor costs, as they all would have review responsibilities relating to this specific license type application per the business licensing ordinance. For the board and public's reference, the fee schedule is shown in its entirety in both the board letter and also in attachment A. In this next slide, we show the proposed fees for annual compliance and renewal applications, both of which will be converted to fixed fees. The current compliance fee is set at $2,500, but will increase to a range of $2,593 to $4,276. Aside from the increases due to capturing the licensing team's updated salaries and benefits costs, indirect cost rates, and including the 2 fire agencies' labor costs, the increase also reflects more robust and proactive compliance efforts by the team, which includes regular mid-year compliance site inspections, weekly compliance team meetings, and responding to complaints. The annual renewal fee is currently established at $3,600, but will now range from $2,803 to $4,989. Again, the precise fees charged to any given applicant for compliance or renewal fees will vary based on the type of license being applied for, the area of operation, and whether an energy conservation plan applies or not. As another example, an operator that is applying to renew their mixed light cultivation license in the cart bag overlay would pay a fixed fee of $4,606. This fee captures the Carpinteria-Summerlin Fire District's labor costs since the operation location falls within their jurisdiction, and also includes the CSD Sustainability Division's labor costs since mixed light cultivation requires an energy conservation plan. This fee also captures the balance of the licensing team's labor costs since they all have a review responsibility relating to this specific license type per Chapter 50. Next slide, please. In summary, the existing deposit fee model is not currently achieving full cost recovery due to outdated rates that require updating. The existing deposit fee model is administratively burdensome and costs approximately $60,000 annually for the cannabis program admin staff to recognize revenue to the 8 different licensing team departments for each of the 3 core review functions. The licensing team will continue to diligently track their time for all 3 core review functions, and admin staff will conduct an annual fee analysis to ensure that the fixed fees are appropriately set and that they continue to achieve full cost recovery. Excuse me. And lastly, we'd like to point out that the fixed fee model is currently used for other processes throughout the county, and transitioning to this fixed fee model will provide applicants certainty of the total fees charged for annual renewal application review and compliance efforts. Again, the recommended actions for your board today are as follows. Consider the introduction or first reading of an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara, amending and superseding Ordinance 5041, an ordinance establishing the cannabis business license fee. Read the title and waive further reading of the ordinance in full. And lastly, set a hearing on the administrative agenda for January 25th, 2022 to consider recommendations. That concludes today's presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yee. So Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I have a question about some of the hourly rates. Taking a look at the attachment that was involved here, you list out there the proposed hourly rates for the various job classifications. And, just for example, enterprise leader, $120, fire inspector, $163. In our planning department, I believe it's $225 an hour or more. And so I'm just trying to understand how we can charge so little for these positions, but in our planning we charge so much. It just seems that there's some kind of incongruence with our fees. Many of these positions probably make far more than a planner, and so I don't understand if this is really, if this is full cost recovery, and so is the planning work. How do we get there? I'm struggling with that. One's not right.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, unfortunately, I don't have a good understanding as to what costs are included in the planning department's hourly rate. Again, for this fee study, it's really the salaries and benefit costs, indirect costs as well that are included.
CEO Misato?
Supervisor Nelson, I had the same question when we first looked at this, and I believe I did have a conversation with Mr. Frappwell. I don't know if you heard the full thing, and that is looking at the hourly fees for this, it's less compared to what we charge in planning and development for their fees. So can you comment on that?
Sure. I apologize. I didn't hear all the questions, Supervisor Nelson.
Mr. Frappwell, thank you. The question is about the hourly rates that feed up into this fixed fee. I'm a big fan of the fixed fee. These hourly rates seem very reasonable, but I look at these in contrast to planning fees, which are about $225 or more. I think that was what it was in 2017 when I looked, and it's gone up with inflation since then, so it's much higher. And so trying to understand if that's full cost recovery and this is full cost recovery doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we can look at that. One of the differences on planning is that the support structure that goes into a typical planning permit is more robust than what we have here administratively. So when we're looking at planning's hourly rate, for instance, You'll have a planner 1, 2 who's assigned to a project. There are layers of supervision and monitoring of that activity that gets captured in the planning department's fees. So that adds up layers to get to that hourly rate for planning as a whole. What we're trying to do here is really specify just at the position level. There is some overhead, but it's less to a lesser extent. And so that keeps this hourly rate down, still allows us to capture it. So that's kind of one factor. The second factor, planning lives outside the general fund. And so they capture the cost of the CAP, if you're in the cost allocation plan, right? So non-general fund departments contribute to support the general departments provide to support them. So not to get into too much of a detail here, but that adds a layer as well to an explanation of why planning's hourly rate as a department is higher. I don't know if that helps. Hopefully I didn't muddy that.
I think I did. I think I understood some of that already. It seems that we're using two different models when we do a fee study, and that's this one I support. I mean, I think this keeps fees reasonable and low and fixed, which I think is really important. I wish maybe it's aspirational that we took a similar approach in planning in the future, but that's not what's before us, so thank you.
Are there any other questions? I had a couple. The first, I appreciate what a little bit you explained the compliance management process, that there's a mid-year site visit and then response to complaints, and then there's weekly meetings. And could you describe who attends those at least, and what's the agenda, how that operates? A lot of people ask me, what is the compliance enforcement? Who's involved? Is it the sheriff? Is it P&D? So if you could kind of map that out for us a little bit.
Sure, thank you, Chair Hartman. Those meetings are just initiating now in the new year, and attendance will be all of the departments that have a role in enforcement or compliance, which would be planning and development, the sheriff's office, the ag commissioner's office, treasurer, tax collector, planning and development. They all play a role. And what we'll be doing is we're going to be using the information that we are receiving through our California Cannabis Authority membership, which is just coming online now. We were successful in getting access to the operator's information, and they will start sending us monthly transfer reports. That's the second piece to the data on March 1st. And so we'll be using that data to start the conversations on that end. Each department is already doing some of their own compliance, right? They're going out on a regular basis and doing based on either complaints or they're going out on a regular basis. I know Ag Commissioner's Office has a mid-year check-in already. And so we're rolling it out. It's just getting started, but that's our intention, is that anyone involved in enforcement would be attending those meetings.
Thank you. And so that's terrific. I mean, I think it's an interdisciplinary team, and that's exactly the way to do it, and I really support that. I'm interested in the California Cannabis Authority. How much is it that we pay them each year?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. The membership dues that we agreed to are $500,000 annually.
Yeah.
And so we just paid our first quarter installment for this year. But that's moving forward. That's what we anticipate is $500,000.
Yeah. And if I remember correctly, we thought the state track and trace system would actually help us, and we actually need this to be able to make sense of it. So my question is, shouldn't this $500,000 be part of the costs that we recover in these fees? It's critical to our compliance efforts, and we're having to take it out of the taxes rather than out of the fees. So wonder if anybody else has any thoughts about that.
Maybe Mr. Brackwell, any comments on that?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I would just say that anything we legally can build into the cost recovery structure, we should. But
Chair Hartman, on that question, we have talked to the other counties that are part of the CCA. There are 8 counties. It is a mixed bag. I think there's 1 or 2 counties that do recoup the cost of the CCA membership within their fees, and there are a number that don't. I think our thought was in this initial year to, as we're rolling this out, getting started, is to use the cannabis tax revenue as the board approved during the budget development and budget adoption, and then look at whether it is appropriate based on your board's direction to then recoup all or part of that through the renewal fee. So let's say, so I can do some easy math here and not trip up. Let's say the annual cost is $500,000 and you have 100, maybe 120 licenses. So somewhere you've got $4,500 to $5,000 per license. So essentially what that does is potentially doubles kind of what we're asking your board to approve today. And we're happy to do that. I mean, we're happy to take your direction and make that happen if that's what you'd like to do.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, Madam Chair, the way I see it, well, either way, the cannabis industry is going to pay for it. So I guess what you're asking is, do you want them to pay for it before they're growing and before they have income and before they have revenue? Or would you rather have it taken from the taxes where then they have a chance to actually, contribute? The ones that are contributing are the ones that are actually in business. I mean, everything that I'm hearing and I think everybody's reading is that the industry is in a state of free fall right now and everybody's struggling. I don't want to see, additional burden put on somebody before they actually even get to the point where they're in business. And so I just want to be clear to the public that the industry is paying for this one way or the other. And so I think I would prefer to see it paid out of the taxes in that, at that point, somebody actually has the ability to start a business and then, help us pay for the tax oversight.
Did anybody else have any? Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, no, I think, the Cannabis Compliance Authority was sold to us that this was going to be somewhat cost neutral, that we were going to potentially have more revenue come in because we're going to have that level of oversight. And so I think it's probably prudent. I would support maybe in the future if we get to some kind of a level of homeostasis that maybe pass that cost on in the fee schedule. But I think right now, especially as Supervisor Lavanino has mentioned, that this industry is in potential free fall, and we are going to receive hopefully more revenue by being in this, that I think that I'm comfortable with it being absorbed under the revenue that we're getting through the tax revenue at this point. But I would not be opposed to that coming up in the future when we look at these fees again.
Ms. Heaton, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Chair Hartman. I think what we can do is take a look at this in a year's time or 2 years' time when we've stabilized and we've licensed all of the operators under the cap. Then we know exactly how many operators we have. We could look at the possibility of the scale. A larger operation may, if we go in this direction, may need to pay more than a smaller operation. And those are things we could consider, and we'd be happy to look at that in the future.
So I very much favor that. I think it's important, if cost recovery, this is a key aspect of our compliance program. and they have to pay certain amount of taxes, and if more of that has to go into compliance that we're covering, then we have less. And $500,000 is significant, is likely to be significant over the next several years. So I'm happy to wait, but I certainly want to put this on the agenda for you to think about and bring back proposals if that's agreeable to other members of the board, which I think I've heard at least 3 of us say so. Okay. Are there any more comments? Do we have any public members who would like to speak, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, final call, and if nobody wants to say anything more, may I have a motion to the recommended action up on the board?
Yes, Chair Hartman, I'll go ahead and make a motion to that we approve items A through C.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second?
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. So now, and thank you, Ms. Heaton, Mr. Yee, very fine presentation. Now we'll recess to closed session. County Council, will you tell us what's to be considered today?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For closed session today, we have a conference with labor negotiators under Government Code Section 54957.6. The first is with employee organizations, all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives, and the agency designated representatives are CEO Miyasato and Human Resources Director Maria Elena de Guevara. And the second item is Santa Barbara County Board sitting as the Board of Santa Barbara County Public Authority for In-Home Supportive Services. The employee organization is the United Domestic Workers of America, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 3930, and the agency designated representatives are CEO Miyasato and Social Services Director Daniel Nielsen. And the time estimate is about 1 hour.
Okay, so we will reconvene here at about 1 o'clock and go now to closed session. 1:15. Good afternoon. We're reconvening the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting of January 11th. We've just come back from closed session. And County Council, would you report out from closed session, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session, conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives, and also United Domestic Workers of America. And the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. That brings us to our last item on today's departmental agenda. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an update on the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19.
Thank you. And Dr. Del Reynoso.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and members of the board. I'd like to begin our COVID update with information from our dashboard. Madam Clerk, may I have my first slide? As of January 10th, new cases, we stand at 630. We are reporting one new death. The death is an individual of 70 plus years of age with no underlying medical conditions. The death was not associated with a congregate care site, and this individual resided in the city of Santa Maria. We are also noting 6,513 active cases. Of that, 87 hospitalized. Total cases stand at 58,847 with total deaths at 572. Our current case rate per 100,000 is 187.78. And testing positivity is 26.6. I would like to note that over the last 3 days, there were 3,122 cases reported to the Public Health Department. Saturday, we had 1,325, which is a new record for reported daily cases. On Sunday, we reported 1,167, and then yesterday, the 630. So these are all new records for Santa Barbara County: positivity rate, case rate, and active cases reported. Next. And we are hypothesizing that much of these records could be due to the Omicron variant. The sequencing reports from CDPH for the last week of December, from December 23rd to the 29th, indicated that 79% of the samples were due to Omicron. We believe that the current levels are much higher. CDC projected that Omicron stands at about 95% in Region 9, which includes Arizona, California, Hawaii, Nevada, and 4 or 5 Pacific Islands. And we believe that because of the Omicron variant in our community, it may account for steep increases that we're seeing as well as our neighbors are seeing. Next. This graph describes the Santa Barbara County case rate as of 1/6. In the last 2 weeks, from December 23rd to January 6th, the case rate has increased drastically at about 405%. We are noting that the alpha surge peaked at 99.4 last January. And the Delta surge peaked at 31.2 earlier or late, I should say, in the summer in August. So the current Omicron surge, the trend is upwards, and again at the case rate of 187.8. Next. And this graph describes the case rate by vaccination status as of December 28th. So overall, countywide case rate increase of 446%. So going from a 15.7 to 85.8. But if we drill down, we can see that case rate among unvaccinated increased about 301%. And the case rate among vaccinated increased very significantly among the about 792%. But if we look at the difference in case rate between the unvaccinated and the vaccinated, it's about a 2.7-fold, which means that in our community, people who are unvaccinated are about 2.7 times more likely to get COVID-19 than vaccinated individuals. Next. Regarding hospital capacity, we are seeing hospitalization at the cusp at 64.5%, almost to the red zone. And then with regards to ICU, fortunately, we are seeing some ups and downs, but at 60.5%. Next. This is an interesting graph just to show your board the surge and its impact on hospitalization rates. So we see that with the first surge on July 29th of 2020, we saw a high of 89 cases with a ICU being at 31. And then with the second surge, we see that the height was at 211 hospitalization, and of that, the 60 in the ICU. And with the Delta surge, which is the third surge late last summer, we saw a height of 82 hospitalization with 24 ICU. And currently with the Omicron, we're seeing 87 individuals hospitalized, and of that, the 10 in ICU. I also like to note that hospitalized cases have dramatically gone up over the weekend as well. We're seeing an increase of about 50% in COVID admissions from a week ago. And again, fortunately, we're not seeing this dramatic increase in ICU admissions, averaging between 6 to 10 cases. And currently, we do have one pediatric hospitalization, but not in ICU. Next. With regards to vaccination rates, we have 77.3% of eligible Santa Barbara individuals vaccinated, and we have 69.3% of eligible Santa Barbara County fully vaccinated. Public Health continues to offer mobile vaccination clinics throughout the county in various locations. Our calendar for the mobile vaccination clinics is on our website at publichealthsbc.org for detailed information on the dates and locations. In addition to this, we started another vaccination effort in IV and tomorrow at Goleta Valley Community Center, and this will run through January, and the appointments are available in my turn. Next. This graph or chart describes the different zip codes in our county and the vaccination rates among those zip codes. So we continue to worry about zip codes that are in the red, like 93117 and 93254. We continue to work with those who are at the zip codes in the red and the orange, working with our community partners for outreach. And this is the priority for our mobile vaccination clinic, being in those communities in various locations with various partners so that we can increase the vaccination coverage in these zip codes. Next. Current outbreaks as of yesterday, our outbreak team is managing 91 outbreaks. 26 are among businesses, 11 are in schools, and 54 are in various types of congregate living facilities. Next. I'd like to introduce some forecasting slides to your board. The next 3 slides are forecasts from CDPH. We are sharing these forecasts with your board since we've been asked to predict what the next few months will look like given the Omicron surge. I do want to caution your board that these are at best rough predictions. And given the changing landscape of the pandemic, we want to say based upon what we know locally, they may be very rough predictions, but will give us some indication for planning. These short-term forecasts take into account the most recent trends in cases, hospitalization, ICU patients, and deaths, and apply statistical models to that data to generate the anticipated trends for the next 2 to 4 weeks. With the volume and pace of COVID-19 data generation, the models or the ensemble predictions, these estimates may contain unexpected results, we may not see the predictions come true. We may see higher numbers in some cases, or we may see lower numbers in others. Also, emerging details about Omicron variant may increase the uncertainty of these forecasts. I want to explain that the ensemble forecast, the solid blue line, takes the median of the forecasts available on any given date and fits them all into a smooth line so that we can see a nice clean line for the trending. So for Santa Barbara County, using 94 as the actual hospitalization for January 10th, the ensemble forecast for hospitalization through February 10th is 1,043, or an increase of 949 hospital admits. Again, based upon our real life experience, we are seeing that this may be a very worst case scenario. That reality may look different. The factors that can impact this forecast really is a decrease in case rates, increase in vaccination, and changes in community behaviors. Next. For ICU, the forecast is based on 46 actual daily ICU patients as of January 10th. The ensemble projection is for 786 daily total through February 10th. This projection is also a steep increase. And when we look at similar projections throughout the state, we're noting that very similar trends are indicated for Ventura and SLO. Next. Lastly, this is quite a somber projection about death. Based on 578 total deaths as of January 10th, the projected 30-day forecast through February 1 is a total of 781 deaths, which is an increase an increase of 203 deaths, or 35% increase. Again, I just want to caution that these are only forecasts, that our sense is that the forecasts project the worst case scenarios based on our case trends and hospitalization trends. But these forecasts can assist us in planning our response efforts. Next. I'd like to update your board on our current testing efforts. This table represents testing for public health managed testing sites only, and that additional testing capacity is available through pharmacies, healthcare providers, independent testing sites, and school employer-based testing. And also noted that county managed testing sites, we frequently can operate beyond the scheduled testing capacity by providing testing to walk-ins. So we have for the last 3 weeks or so, we have noted a higher demand for testing opportunities. So we have expanded our Santa Maria Fair Park. Beginning next week, we will add an extra day. So currently, Santa Maria is running Sunday through Thursday, 12-hour days. And beginning next Friday, it will be adding Friday appointments. So essentially an additional 528 testing spots a day. We have a direct minibus at Direct Relief, and we moved to 12-hour operations yesterday. And so we are there now from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And that site delivers 264 tests a day. In our anchored by our Lompoc Healthcare Center, we are opened 8:30 to 4:30. So we prioritize essential workers and can complete 84 tests a day. And we've added extra appointments as the need arise. Our Santa Barbara Healthcare Center, we also have expanded hours, and our testing trailer is open Wednesday through Sunday, 7:30 to 6:30 p.m. And we've added these extra appointments through the end of the month. Most exciting, we just heard hot off the press, the state did approve our request submitted 2 weeks ago for an additional site. We are in negotiation with the facility. It will be located in Goleta/Santa Barbara. It will be open 12-hour days, 6 days a week, and we anticipate that they will be able to deliver 196 tests a day, and we estimate that we will be up and running in 2 weeks. Appointment no-shows continues to be a problem at all of our sites. So we have individuals booking appointments and they're not showing up. So that really impacts our community's access to appointments. So we strongly encourage individuals with appointments at any of our sites to please cancel if you're not planning to take that opportunity to test, so other community members can seize the opportunity. Current turnaround time for results is anywhere from 24 to 36 hours for all sites, and this is based upon the increased demand all through the state. Next. I'd also like to update your board on our efforts to secure at-home antigen tests to distribute for our county. Our 5 public health care centers ordered 80,000 test kits through our federal partner, HRSA. We are anticipating the arrival of these 80,000 kits early next week. We will be submitting a request again today. So these are to be delivered to our county on a weekly basis. The first week of distribution, which is anywhere later this week or early next week, will be based at our 5 healthcare centers and our partner homeless shelters. We do have plans in place to engage CBOs and cities as distribution partners for the subsequent weeks. Next.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, just so Dr. Del Reynoso is aware, we have a little delay here on our end. So I believe we see the next page. It's just a little frozen in Zoom. My apologies.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'd like to cover the the new guidance from the state on the isolation and quarantine for the general public. So essentially, there are three buckets. For individuals who test positive for COVID-19, they must isolate. This includes everyone, regardless of vaccination status, regardless of previous infection or lack of symptoms. So the recommended action includes staying at home for at least 5 days. Isolation can end after day 5 if symptoms are not present or resolving, and a diagnostic test is collected on day 5 or later, and the results are negative. If the individual is unable to test or chooses not to test and symptoms are not present or resolving, isolation can end after day 10. So you need a test on day 5, be asymptomatic to exit isolation. And we are recommending the antigen test essentially because of the quicker turnaround time. After the individual exits the isolation, they still need to wear a well-fitted mask around others for the total of the 10 days, and especially in indoor setting. Next. For individuals who are exposed to someone with COVID-19, they need to quarantine if they are unvaccinated or if they are vaccinated and booster eligible, but have not yet received their booster dose. The recommended action is to stay home for at least 5 days after the last contact with the individual that has COVID-19, then test on day 5. Quarantine can end after day 5 if symptoms are not present and the antigen test collected on day 5 or later is negative. And if there is an inability to test and symptoms are not present, then quarantine can end after day 10. And again, masking is key. So individuals will need to still wear a well-fitted mask around others for a total of 10 days. And again, especially in indoor settings. We do strongly encourage everyone to get vaccinated or boosted. If testing positive at any point, follow the isolation recommendation that we've just shared. Next. Lastly, for individuals who are exposed to someone with COVID-19, they do not need to quarantine if they are boosted or if they are vaccinated but are not yet eligible to be boosted. But the recommended action still is to test on day 5, wear a well-fitted mask around others for 10 days, especially in indoor settings. And if testing positive, follow the isolation recommendations that I've just shared. And if symptoms develop, test and stay home. Next. Lastly, I'd like to share with your board that because of Omicron, we will be pushing this communication piece to our community. We need to upgrade our mask. It used to be that we were wearing cloth masks, but because of the Omicron, we have a new standard and we need to upgrade. What's good is to wear a surgical mask. This is effective. What's even more effective and better is to double mask with a surgical mask plus a cloth, or wear a fitted surgical mask. The most effective and the best scenario is to wear an N95, a KN95, a KF94. And note that the masks should not have a valve. The all masks should fit snugly, tightly, covering your mouth and nose, and consistently worn appropriately. That ends my briefing. Dr. Ansork and I are available for any questions.
Okay, board members, questions? Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I have a question about hospitalizations. That's people in the hospital who test positive for COVID, correct?
Yes, they may enter the hospital because of COVID-19, or they may have entered for another procedure and is tested and they are positive. So it includes both.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the death number of 572, hearing some things that were a little different than what I had thought originally from the CDC, just in some latest things. Do we track on that 572 how many of those had comorbidities, and of those comorbidities, do we track if the patient had 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 comorbidities, or do we just list it as a death?
We used to collect that data from hospitalized individuals, but I am not sure that we have that data available, and we are collecting or reporting that data. Dr. Answer, do you recall?
Yes, what we do is we count deaths per death certificate. So the attending physician at the hospital, or the primary care physician at home, or the coroner, for that matter, will issue a death certificate, and we go by the death certificate. If there's any question, if the patient died from COVID, or if the death was caused by one of the underlying conditions, I usually get consulted and review the medical record of the deceased at length and in detail, and come to a conclusion whether COVID was indeed the cause of death or not.
Okay. I think that would be good information to have. So it's interesting when you travel now, and I did spend some time out of the state, and depending on where you travel to, different states have different guidelines. I'm curious if, when we look at our numbers, how significant the increases are in hospitalizations and death and sickness. Are we doing significantly better than, for example, I just traveled to Arizona, where you wouldn't even know that there was a pandemic going on. I mean, nobody's wearing a mask, everybody's congregating. There's really no social distancing of any type of anything. And I'm just curious at this point, if I know there's there's strategies to do different things, but is one significantly better than the other? Are they experiencing explosive hospitalizations and death more so than we are, or is it just a different manner of addressing it?
That's a great question, Supervisor Levignino, and through the chair. We do have that information on a weekly basis. CDPH shares with us how California is doing in comparison with states that are known to have different policies than California. And there's remarkable difference in notably in death. I'm not recalling hospitalization, but definitely in death. And we are more than happy to bring that back, comparison of state data, if you'd like.
I think it would be helpful just to, I think there's definitely, especially with Omicron and another turn up of, we're almost at the 2-year point now. I think we're a couple of months away from 2 years. And, when we look at these forecasts, which, as you stated, possibly worst case scenario, but they're still, we're still putting that information out to the public. I just want to make sure that we're looking at, it's really hard to face people when there's no end game in sight. And I know it's hard for you as well. I'm just wondering if there's any, we just went through, was it 15 slides, 17, almost 20 slides? Is there any positive news that you would like to drop on us at all?
The fact that we were able to order 80,000 tests on a weekly basis to flood our community, I think is a piece of good strategy in managing our COVID response. The fact that we are responsive in expanding other testing sites as well is another good piece of news.
Okay, and then just my last question is, I know the CDC, I've seen in some press conferences, has discussed the possibility of at least they're having an internal dialogue about whether or not to start looking at a strategy of living with COVID as opposed to trying to squash COVID. And I'm wondering if CDPH is also having those conversations, and if so, if Santa Barbara County is also part of that. Kind of looking at this as this is something we're going to be living with, and we got to figure out a way to live with it that doesn't really impact our lives the way it is right now.
We started the conversation about how to exit the pandemic, especially when when it becomes endemic. I believe that conversation started and then got sidelined by Omicron. So we're back to scrambling in our response efforts. But it is on the table, and CDPH does cover it. But very briefly lately because of the surge in cases.
Well, so this is from somebody that obviously has no medical background or anything, but I'm just, as this is something I hear out in the community a lot and just talking to my friends, help me explain to them how Omicron is not going to get us to that end game quicker, because it feels like if you have a virus that is spreading, I mean, as rapidly as this one does, with, it seems like, a lower hospitalization rate, or at least a lower death rate than what we've experienced, isn't this in some sort of a backwards blessing that, you know, everybody's going to get exposed to it, we're going to get to the end stage quicker? Or is that, or what's wrong with that thought process?
I could chime in, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. That is, of course, what we are looking at and discussing. Now, the fastest path to get to living with COVID is not necessarily the best path. Our concern right now is that even though, and that is definitely a good thing, that most people who get Omicron, the Omicron version, do not end up in the hospital, that the percentage of people who end up in the hospital is much, much lower. You will remember that I've always touted that of 10% of new infections end up in the hospital, another 10% of those end up in the ICU. That is no longer the case. That is by a factor of 10, probably less. But if you just have a small percentage of infected people ending up in the hospital, if you multiply this small percentage by a really large number of infections, then you still come up with a scenario where our hospitals will be strained, and not just in order to take care of COVID, but also in order to take care of other diseases. And also, we are seeing a huge number of absenteeism with staff across all sectors, and that is very limiting and very unfortunate. So maybe I'm digressing a little bit, but
no, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and I think we all get that to get to that peak, you're going to have to burn through a lot of disease, and you're going to have people that unfortunately have a reaction to that is, it's heartbreaking. And one of the things that I kind of noticed that on all these forecasts, they all ended at the maximum, and it was I'm curious if anybody's looked at, what is the, so if, let's say it maxes out on February 6th, like we're kind of talking about, if we took those charts, and I know that they're rough estimates, but let's say we followed that, how does that stay at a peak for weeks or months, or is there a just as quick downturn after that? Would you expect?
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're expecting. When we look at what happened in South Africa and also in other areas where they peaked already, they're seeing a very, very rapid downwards trend in cases. So this is a very different wave of COVID because it goes up so extremely rapidly and then falls precipitously after peaking. So that's what we are looking at. And to use your term, yes, the disease will burn through the population at a very rapid pace and will therefore help in the end by creating immunity and by hopefully protecting the vast majority of people of future coronaviruses.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I do think that the less severity of Omicron is good news. I think the problem is, even if you have a factor of 10 less deaths, if we end up having 1,200 active cases instead of 600, right, which that's where we seem to be headed, you're still going to have twice as many more people die, even with a factor of 10 less severity. So, to me, the question is, do you take seriously the possibility that our number of hospitalization will go up or not? And it's a difficult call because every time we've had one of these peaks, you need preparation beforehand to take the hospitalization seriously. The number hospitalized, the number in ICU, and then the number that die are also all successive waves after the number of new cases peaks. And so we kind of need to make a decision of whether or not to take it seriously beforehand, right? And so I'm interested in, even if these projections are off by 50%, that's a massive number of people that would need to be in the hospital. What kind of preparations are taking place for that possibility? So that's what I'm interested in.
And that's a question for Dr. Del Reynoso or Ansorg?
That's right.
The part of the preparation is, again, making sure that our community has access to both PCR and antigen testing, and we've begun that preparation 2 or 3 weeks ago. The other part of that preparation is to continue our efforts with vaccination. Not only are we continuing with mobile vaccination clinics, but we're also doing pop-up vaccination clinics in Goleta, in Isla Vista. And I think the third piece would be to reconvene our hospital partners, to have conversations about hospital admissions, to talk about strategies that can protect the hospital environment as well. But I do want to note that I think oftentimes when we have conversations about Omicron, it becomes somewhat of a binary conversation, that Omicron is mild, or if you don't have mild symptoms, you end up in the hospital with severe outcomes. I think that there's the third element that often is not discussed, is the individuals who suffer with long-term symptoms, who is not severe enough to be hospitalized, but they suffer from a host of ailments. And data is emerging that that is a real worry. So I want to say that mild may not necessarily mean that you won't feel discomfort, that you won't be ill, or you won't have long-term effects, because you may. And so again, it goes back to testing, vaccination, isolation, and quarantine, and working with our community partners to promote and ensure access to all of those.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I think that the death projections and the hospitalization projections are, really tough to see and scary for everybody. And we're all hoping that, by people taking actions and being careful, we can eliminate that and reduce that dramatically. And I think it feels a bit out of control to all of us and to, I think the general public, but taking action makes a difference, and the numbers are startling. When Supervisor Lavanino asked the question about other states, I thought, that's really a great question. I just Googled it. And so there's big differences between California, Florida, and Arizona. California has almost 40 million people and 77,000 deaths. That's a lot. But Florida has half as many people, 21 million people, and 63,000 deaths. So it has almost as many deaths with half the population as California. Arizona is even worse. Arizona has 7 million people, but 25,000 deaths. And then what's really startling, and I heard this on the news this morning, and it just made me really pause, is if you look at Asia and Oceania, the countries in New Zealand, Australia, almost all of Asia, the numbers of deaths in relation to their populations is truly astonishing. In Australia, with a population of 25 million people, 2,500 people have died. That's all. Japan, 18,000 people died with a population of 125 million people. If you look consistently, South Korea, China, Vietnam, hugely different, much, much more similar in those other Asian countries than to the United States in the death rates. And I think the reason why is, those countries experienced the SARS outbreak, and they got kind of a warning shot, and they culturally adapted and then listened to public health officials and changed behaviors, and it became normal to wear masks, and take the precautions that we're asking people to do here. And nobody's talking about locking down and shutting down and stopping businesses and all of the things that are being spun up as potential responses. We're asking people continuously, consistently to wear masks. And now we're refining that and saying, let's all wear better masks. Let's wear the best masks we can get, and we can get masks now. And then let's be careful, about how we relate to people and what we're doing about distances and things like that. So I think it should be empowering to realize these things make a difference. And we're at a moment again, as Supervisor Nelson pointed out this morning in his remarks, that seems eerily similar to where we were a year ago. And the answer is the same. Let's just all get vaccinated. Let's get boosted. If you haven't been boosted, let's wear masks. Let's do everything we can to help each other, and we'll get through this the best we possibly can. And other places have proven that it works.
Supervisor Nelson.
I just wanted to respond to that. When we look at states, we know that COVID has hit the elderly harder than it has, the young. And you look at California being one of the youngest states in the country versus where do most people retire in the West and the East. It's Arizona and Florida. So, that's the one thing about this is we're looking at numbers and we're trying to draw conclusions, and it's difficult. Some of the numbers, there's degrees in statistics for a reason. And a lot of us are amateur statisticians these days trying to figure these things out and draw conclusions from them. And, I just wanted to add that to the conversation. And then, what's gone on in Australia, while deaths have been low, has been somewhat catastrophic for personal freedoms and economic opportunity for the people of Australia. And so, there is gives and takes here. There are offsetting decisions that need to be made. I think one of the conversations that we're going to continue to have is, are these masks permanent? I mean, is this going to be forever that we're going to continue to be required to wear these? Or is that going to be a personal decision that each person needs to make for themselves? And I think some point in the future, hopefully near future, I like those decisions to be made by elected representatives and not by unelected bureaucrats. And I understand that they are experts in certain fields, but as you've heard from Dr. Del Reynoso, You know, the only thing that she positively can find right now is that we ordered more tests. There's lots of other good news out there. But it seems from my perspective with public health officials is that it's more. This is what they do, and I understand that's what they do. But we up here are looking to push policy to impact the lives of our constituents. If we wanted to be run by just public health officials, we could do that. It could be a different form of government. But that's not the one we have here. And I'm anxious to get back to owning those decisions, just like in our county with our vaccination or testing requirement. That's a policy that we made. You know, I voted against it for our employees, but that's something we made and we're responsible for at the end of the day. And so for me, I'm very anxious to get to that point. I find these slides on the ICU forecast, the death forecast, to be reckless and irresponsible. I think that these only promote panic. I think that newspapers will report on these tomorrow and people will be afraid, and I think that we need to get away from that. Omicron is omnipresent. We need to start rethinking about the future. Talk to people that have it. Seems that a lot of people that have it is very mild symptoms. I don't believe if Omicron would have been the first wave that we'd be where we are today. It has been the evolution of this virus. I don't know what the next one, I don't know what Omega looks like, and that may be worse. That may be Delta with Omicron transmissibility, and that would be really scary, absolutely. But that's not what we're dealing with today, and I think we need to start to look at these things in reality. The reason why we're doing social distancing here is because of a health order. It's not necessarily because that's what's needed to move forward. So that's my frustration moving forward. I think that we need to, again, begin to have that conversation. Acknowledge Omicron for what it is. It's a mild version of COVID with far fewer health impacts than we've seen in the past. It is a pathway towards natural immunity for many people, and I'm hopeful that this might be the last wave that we continue to have these type of regulations in place for.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I don't think we need to look at the projections to be concerned. We should just look at the fact that we have a 40% rise in hospitalizations to be concerned. You know, that we are charged with the responsibility of public health. We don't have to even, 40% rise in hospitalizations for anything should be a cause of concern and should be a cause of preparation and action. And I don't know, any freedom of mine that is being interfered with besides wearing a mask. And I'm sorry, wearing a mask compared to the sacrifices of twice as many people dying is kind of a small sacrifice. I want my kids and I want the society's kids to be able to go to school. I want society to move on. But there's also basic, very easy preparations and moves of safety, like wearing a mask, like getting tested, like isolating if you're positive, that we can engage in to be responsible for allowing our society to move on.
Supervisor Hart?
I also want to remind the board, too, that the impacts of this pandemic are not inequitably spread across everybody in Santa Barbara County. That there are many, many people who are feeling this in different ways and much more intense ways. We're fortunate to have jobs that allow us flexibility of being able to do a lot of our work on Zoom, and many of the professional people in our community haven't missed a beat. Obviously there's been impacts on our lifestyle, but professionally, economically, the stock market is at the highest market's ever been. Unemployment is trending down. The economy is booming. People are, going about their business. Americans are not suffering economically in the way that was anticipated at the beginning of the pandemic, but there are many, many people who are suffering a great deal, who are on the verge of homelessness, who have had job losses, who are feeling the weight of the inequity of our public health system in this country, who are not able to access healthcare the same way other people are. And so I think our policy discussion probably should be focused on that. You know, how can we address that inequity? And what should we be doing as a board to learn the lesson of the underinvestment in the public health system for the past 10, 20 years, you know, and be better prepared in the future to address that. I think that, you know, is in our lane. It's not the public health officer's jurisdiction exclusively. And, you know, we need to figure out a way to resource those things so that the next pandemic and the ongoing pandemic is less impactful to people who are least capable of absorbing that.
And your light's still on.
Yes, I had it.
So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hartman. I just wanted to get back to that first question I asked Dr. Del Reynoso. You know, are all people being tested going to the hospital, is that people that are in the hospital for COVID or people with COVID? You know, I actually called my hospital yesterday, checked in. Are hospitalizations up? No, hospitalizations are not up. Are they up with COVID? Yes, and that's where they're having an issue, right? So people that are tested and they have to deal with them differently because of the protocols. Staffing is also an issue, of course, because they're exposed. They send half their staff home and then they have to bring in another staff and people are working overtime, and I get that. That's a stressor out there, but we're not seeing hospitalizations for COVID is what I'm hearing from my hospital partner, the largest hospital in our county. So, you know, those are the things that we need to look at the numbers. Yes, the numbers go up 40%. I hear that. That's happening in the general population. And so you apply the general population to the hospitalized, you're gonna see a 40% increase as well. And so when you're testing 100% of the people, you know, you're gonna get positive cases. And that's what we're seeing, I believe, in our hospitalization numbers. We need to look deeper into these numbers and not draw, you know, reckless conclusions that just scare people. I think we need to be a realist about it. I think we need to be optimistic about it while still preparing.
So I think this is the conversation that's occurring in people's living rooms and over their kitchen tables, because we don't have all the answers. We have emerged into something that we've never experienced before. And these different waves it can be very disheartening, but we've been preparing to learn and to innovate, and we do have many more tools at our disposal, and we have to be optimistic going forward. I think about our county motto, to keep our community safe, healthy, and prosperous. And we've got to balance those things, and it's not always an easy thing to do. I was thinking along the same lines as Supervisor Hart, and I just thought I would add one little factum to this, and that Texas is about 35% higher than California's death rate, and they have a very young population, even younger than California. So it translates into about 20,000 deaths in that one state. So it is a big difference, I think, especially if it's your family. Anyway, this debate will continue, but I do have a few questions for Dr. Del Reynoso. The first has to do with the San Ynez Valley and testing. We really have people calling our office saying, many of us are older, we can't get to Lompoc or some other place. There's not testing at the pharmacies. So my question to you is the testing trailer that's available in Santa Barbara, can that go on a day to the valley, or is there some other way to get the at-home tests to flood them in the valley at a greater percentage? Because we're really having trouble there. So what can you recommend?
Chair Hartman, we cannot move the trailer or the testing trailer from direct relief for a day. Under contract with the state, that has to stay there or leave for at least 2 weeks to another location. So logistically, it would be very challenging. However, given that we will have access to a significant number of antigen testing, we would love to work with the Santa Ynez Valley partners to be able to supply them with at-home antigen tests for them to distribute.
Good. Well, thank you. So relief is coming. The
Yes.
other question I have is, I'd like you to talk a little bit more about what's happening with schools. And then I'd like to contrast that with what's happening with childcare, because I think we have a crisis in our county for testing and dealing with childcare. So first of all, then, I know that in Santa Barbara, I think in Goleta, that the schools have contracted for testing, and so that's working fairly well. But could you elaborate?
Yes, starting before schools came back in session for the school year, our team worked with all the school districts to strongly encourage them to secure testing sites, whether to jump on board with the color system through the state, that's a free platform. So some schools did do that. Some schools chose to do that in addition, contract with other third-party vendors like various ones I can think of. And so our school team supports the school counterparts in making sure that they had access to pursue that. Some districts did a more diverse portfolio for testing opportunities than others. And so we continue to support schools that have outbreaks that end up not having tests. We have supplied various schools with antigen tests when during outbreak situations. But in essence, we are available should any school district want to pursue, again, jumping on the color platform or the other options of that their counterparts in other parts of the county are using.
Okay, so that brings us then to childcare. The first question is, are there any at-home tests for children under 2 that have FDA approval?
I don't believe per CDPH testing for under 2 is not required. I'm uncertain about whether there are antigen or any testing available that's FDA approved. Dr. Answer, do you know?
Yes, the antigen tests are not approved for children under 2. So far, symptomatic children that had to be tested, whether they have, COVID or another upper respiratory virus, have been tested at their pediatrician's office, which of course is fine under so-called more normal circumstances. But with this Omicron rising cases, it is not sustainable. And we are a little, I agree with you, we are really in a crisis situation with childcare, especially the under 2-year-olds. So it is very challenging, and we are looking into one option would be, for instance, the saliva test that might be easier with a toddler. The other problem is that childcare is not licensed like schools. It's licensed under the Department of Social Services, and they have very different guidelines. So I'm sure that we will have to tackle this in the very near future, and we will bring this up tomorrow in our weekly CDPH meeting for sure.
Well, thank you. We're experiencing this in my office with Gina Fisher, who has a young child, and what is she supposed to do? Her child is sent home with mild symptoms, or some other child in the class is positive, and this affects the entire class and the families and the siblings. It's not really clear to get them tested and how long, so it's very, very disruptive. And it's not just Gina in my office. I'm hearing this from parents of young children everywhere, and they can't work. And so this is, the more guidance, the more testing, the more support we can give to the child care would really help the economy and everything else. So I encourage us to have clearer messaging, but also more structure for the testing, because the schools have it, but the child care doesn't, and it leaves people really at sea. I think that's all my questions. We're almost ready to go to public comment, but I am getting some text saying that we would sure like to see some PCR testing in the Santa Ynez Valley if that's at all possible. So I want to get that on the record and hope that you can figure that out, Dr. Del Reynoso. But thank you for.
Yes, Supervisor Hartman. So previously, when we had the testing trailer, if you recall the bus, and we moved it all over the county, the state expects us to have a certain amount of testers to be able to support our efforts. So I do understand the need for PCR testing out in the Santa Ynez Valley, and we'll work with the pharmacies and the urgent care centers and our other healthcare providers out there to see if we can come up with something that'll work.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. All right.
Madam Chair, I did have one
sure.
more question. I'm sorry. Could Dr. Del Reynoso speak to the work that she is doing at the jail to address the ongoing outbreak amongst the prison and staff population at the jail? It's been a lot of concern. We have a number of letters from the public today about that issue.
Our team, we have a team stood up in our department to support the jail leadership in the outbreak mitigation. And we actually just met, and we are guided by our CDPH experts in congregate living situations about how to mitigate that effort. So we have a draft, a list of guidelines that is supported by CDPH that we will be sharing with the sheriff leadership later this afternoon. But our goal is to decompress the main jail, support a very intentional and thoughtful movement of transfers to the North Branch Jail in order to basically end the outbreak at the jail and prevent another outbreak in the new facility.
Thank you, Dr. Del Reynoso. I see that we have Tracy McCouga, the public defender, on the Zoom call too. I wonder if she could speak to the work that her department is doing to potentially reduce the jail population, which is obviously another element of the solution to this problem.
Chair Hartman, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here today. I do appreciate all the work that the Sheriff's Department is doing, as well as Dr. De Rosa's department. We have grave concerns about the health and well-being of our clients. Our efforts are to identify individuals that should be considered for early release. As you know, we have a very large pretrial population, but we do in fact have sentenced individuals in our jail that could be considered for early release options, alternative release options. And our biggest tool at this point is actually using litigation methods within the court system itself to secure those releases. We also have a lot of concern for the individuals in the jail that are currently suffering from mental illness that have now been denied movement to state hospital or movement into our PUF. So for us, again, it's the litigation. It is literally working with probation, the district attorney's office, other individuals in the system to try to identify people to get out and to release the population. If you look at I think the number is approximately 126 individuals who are sentenced in our jail. If you looked at those individuals and you looked at people that were non-violent offenders, for example, which there are many, you could potentially decompress the jail by about 20% by seeking early release or reduced sentencings for those individuals.
Thank you, Ms. McCouga. I know the CEO's office during the holiday period convened, all of the public safety partners and the courts in a conversation, a collaborative conversation about ways to decompress the population at the jail and protect public safety at the same time. And I'm encouraged by that work, want to support it in any way that we can as a board, and encourage everybody involved in that system to really think creatively about ways to end this outbreak, because this is persistent, it's continuing. People don't have a choice when they're in the jail about their proximity to others, and we need to really make this a high priority. And I hope, I know the Sheriff's Department is working at it, but I would hope that we could do more quicker to resolve this.
Okay, seeing no more lights or nods, it's time to go to public comment. Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak on this item. And if you are a member of the public and you have signed up to provide public comment on departmental item number 5 regarding our COVID-19 update, please log in now to do so. We will begin with Maureen Earls, to be followed by Maria Kestner. Maureen?
And if I may interrupt, we'll close the list for public comment then right now.
And again, we'll begin with Maureen Earls. Maureen? Maureen, I've unmuted you on our end. If you can go ahead and unmute yourself on your end and provide your comments. Alrighty, we'll come back to Maureen. Oh, there she goes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We're a little low. You're a little low, so if you could just speak loudly, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank the supervisors for the inspiring opening comments and including the poem that was read. It does help us in the public feel reassured that there's a cooperative effort. I represent CLUE. I'm a co-chair of the criminal justice group, and we wanted to make public the letter that we sent to you with a call to action, and it was based on the lawyers who are observing what's happening in the jail and making sure that we're following compliance for basic humane practices there. And so they had in that letter 4 recommendations that we strongly want the board to consider and see if we can implement. The first is to reduce the jail numbers, which we have already talked about, but it says in this letter that the recent jail rise from 580 to 725 results from triple the number of those accused of misdemeanors. And sentenced and low-level charged jail residents and those nearing the end of lengthy sentences should be screened and released. Sheriff Brown should be encouraged to follow the practice of other counties that we have heard about and use discretion for early release. And thus far, we have failed to do that. Secondly, we need to house mental health patients and those with substance abuse issues in appropriate alternatives. And there was a recent Santa Barbara grand jury report found underuse of current community mental health crisis beds. That should be remedied as soon as possible. And the third thing is enable county probation to coordinate risk assessments to recommend discharge. And we ask you you supervisors, to provide the authority and resources so the county probation can do this, and especially implement assessment and release of jail residents deemed not to be a risk to public safety. And the fourth thing is that we look to the North County Jail as a relief from overcrowding, but the lawyers mentioned deep concerns, and they recommended collaboration with their jail remedial plan experts to provide safe staffing ratios up north and required safe transport practices for the North County move. So we would like to have you consider those important recommendations from the lawyers and prevent another great expense of having to pay for lawsuits instead of putting the money into the community to solve the problem.
Thank you, Ms. Earls. That is your time, and we do have your letter as in hard copy. All the public comments that are sent, we have up here, each board member, so thank you so much.
And we will now go to Maria Kestner, who is our final speaker. Maria? Maria, we're having trouble understanding you. Is that coming through your computer? If you have another way to call in perhaps to the meeting from the registration confirmation email? Yes, we are not understanding. We can pause for a moment perhaps and have you call into the meeting. There should be a number located on your registration confirmation email.
Chair Hartman, while we're waiting for the public speaker to get access to maybe a phone or something to call in so we can hear her, just a couple of things I wanted to clarify. So at the beginning of the meeting, you did announce that we are socially distancing today. I just want to clarify, that's not a public health officer order. That is not what Dr. Ansork had issued some months ago as a recommendation. And because of the high transmission rate of this new version of COVID, and because we are all sitting here close together, particularly the board members, for a long period of time, I made the recommendation to the chair that we socially distance. So I just want to be clear, that's not a public health officer order. It's a recommendation from Dr. Ansorg that we've taken. And the second thing is just that people know that we didn't close our buildings. So someone asked me, oh, did you close your buildings? No. So you know that a city around here, another county adjacent to us, closed their public facilities. We have not done that. Although transmission rate is high, we've asked departments to look at their staffing, look what they can do virtually to protect the public and to protect themselves, but we have not closed our facilities to the public. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Very helpful. Are we still waiting for the public speaker? Do we think she's coming back?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, the Office of the Clerk of the Board is trying to reach out to her now. I was hoping she could locate that email, registration confirmation email, with the call-in information located on that, but we are just waiting for her to call in. Yes. My apologies for the delay.
Sure, no. We'll wait a few more minutes, and then I think we got to move on.
Just in case the public is watching and, no, this isn't still motion. We are waiting for a public comment to come on. That's why we're sitting here quietly. But I also do want to make a comment on Dr. Ansorg and Dr. Dorenoso's presentation. And, you know, they are presenting the best information they have. And although I may not, like Supervisor Nelson, agree with the projections that they're presenting, they are from the state, and they've been asked to present what they know, and rather than derive something, they are taking what the state has presented to them. So I do want to remind us all. And it wasn't some years ago that we had a public works department would tell us this is what the PCI is and what our crumbling infrastructure numbers are. And some board members didn't like that either. So I don't want to make the congruency to the two, but I think your staff is trying to present to you the best technical information that's available to them. And if there's a better way that we could do it, we're always open to having that discussion.
Okay. Is there any indication that she is calling in to your office? I think we've waited long enough.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, there seems to be some confusion, but she would, the member of the public, Maria Kessner, would like to attempt on her computer again. I'm unsure what happened with the phone.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Much
Yes, we
better.
can. Please proceed with
Okay,
your
I just
comments.
I just wanted to make some loose comments. I did send in 2 emails. One is a presentation by 500 medical scientific professionals in Canada, and it is about the Pfizer inoculations. And I hope that the board is going to watch that presentation, and it includes a video and a PDF file. I also sent in response to Dr. Supervisor Hart, 47 math studies, the YouTube channel of Stephen Petty. He's the nation's #1 health and safety expert, and he has very elaborate breakdowns on mask effectiveness. And also, I wanted to say some other things really quick. We have some strange news in the media. For example, Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson are being accused of funding terrorism in Iraq. Their court case was thrown out at first, but it's back in court. We have another thing about Supreme Court Justice Sotomayor, who claimed we have over 100,000 children, which we've never had before, in serious condition on many ventilators. And the director of the CDC, Rochelle Walensky, was asked to correct this, but she refused to correct it. But she did confirm that there are about 3,500 pediatric hospitalizations from COVID-19 currently. We have news on a judge orders the FDA to expedite release of Pfizer data. Pfizer wanted to just release over 500 pages a month and take 75 years to actually release all the data. And they are now ordered to release 55,000 pages a month because that is paramount to public importance. And then yesterday, military documents about gain of function contradict Dr. Fauci's testimony under oath. And these were military documents that Equal Health Alliance approached DARPA in March 2018, seeking funding to conduct gain of function research of bad-born coronaviruses. And the proposal named Project Diffuse was rejected by DARPA over safety concerns and the notion that it violates the gain of function research moratorium. And just basically, there's all this information on this pandemic in the media that's not even touched, but it basically does go back to the fact that we have corporate fascism ruling our government. And when Jeffrey Schwartz called in last time, he was the only one commenting on the COVID report, and he was laughed at by some of the supervisors that he dared to call this fascism. But we clearly see the FDA is not cooperating, releasing Pfizer.
And that is
data.
your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, public comment is complete. We bring it back to the board. Are there any final comments, observations? Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a couple of where I'm coming from on this, if I haven't I wasn't didn't articulate it well. You know, I'm not saying that we're living in a fascist country or that our county hasn't done a good job to still operate. I think, you know, we talked about this morning, we're the one of the few bodies that has been able to operate continuously throughout the pandemic. And I will give credit where the credit's due, and I really want to thank my colleagues and staff for trying to make that happen. And Ms. Alexander, our clerk of the board, has done an amazing job to do that. So I'm not trying to say that our county is failing here. What I'm trying to get to the point is that I think we need to change our posture here. You know, we're trying to still outrun this virus. We're using techniques, you know, isolation and quarantine. I understand that, but at some point, we do need to pivot as a county, as a state, and a country to living with this. Supervisor Hart was absolutely correct that there's certain populations that are most disproportionately affected by this virus, and I would argue it's our children. You know, as someone who has 3 school-age children that have been going through the pandemic, this thing has been awful for our kids. I'm a former teacher. I hear from a lot of my colleagues. We had one high school in the Santa Maria Valley last year that half the student body had straight Fs. 10% of the student body never showed up to a Zoom all year long. We are losing kids. Suicide by our youth is at an all-time high. And it's partly because of things like this forecast. And I'm sorry that this came from the state, but again, I think that this is what's going to get reported in the news. I know because of the sensationalization that goes on with this, is that we're going to have our deaths go up by 50% over the next month potentially. And that's a despair that some of our youth, some of our families have a hard time processing. And so that's where I'm hoping that we can have a level of optimism. Hey, Omicron, yes, there's a chance for long COVID. There's other consequences. There's lots of risks in this world. We need to manage those risks. I think we need to stop being afraid of those risks. And that's the posture that I'm hoping that we have that conversation. That's where I'm trying to get us to. That's what I'm an advocate for. I'm not a denier. I've been long said I got vaccinated a long time ago. I have not been someone that is, saying that this is a hoax. But I do think we need to pivot and change the conversation.
Supervisor Hart.
I believe that perhaps representatives from the Sheriff's Department are available online to talk about the outbreak at the jail, and that'd be great to have their perspective on that.
So yes. Is it Sheriff Brown? Oh.
Yes, Supervisor Hartman, Chair, and also other board members. I'm happy to give you an update if you'd like on the situation.
Please.
In the jail. So as you're aware, we've had an outbreak. This is the 3rd outbreak that we've had in the jail. It began in December. And since that time, we have had a total of 208 active cases where inmates have been infected with the virus. Of those, 136 inmates have recovered to date. We have 68 active cases at the moment. 4 inmates have been released from the total, which will get you to the 208. Of the 208 cases so far, only 38 of them, 18%, have been symptomatic in any way. The other cases are all asymptomatic. And we're no indication that they even had the virus other than the surveillance testing, which we did to find out. Of the 38 symptomatic cases, all but one of them have been mild symptoms, flu-like symptoms. One has had a more serious reaction and was taken to the hospital and is currently hospitalized. One inmate refused to answer whether or not they were having any symptoms. And of the 208 cases, 135 of those inmates were unvaccinated and 73 of them were vaccinated. So roughly 2/3, 1/3. We have also had a challenge with a number of our staff members being either infected with the virus themselves or being exposed or being in close proximity to someone who's had it, and which has caused them to have to go into an isolation situation. So the staff at the jail have been doing an incredible job of handling shortages that are occurring as a result of this situation. We have put together a very comprehensive plan on movement for inmates from a number of inmates from the South County main jail to the new Northern Branch jail. We were going to do that this past weekend. We were in direct consultation with the Public Health Department, and we, as you heard, have received communication from the Disability Rights California, and we're in consultation and discussions with them and with their experts that they have assigned to the litigation. As a result of all of that, we were asked to delay the movement of inmates, and the Public Health Department and our people are working. In fact, we're going to have another meeting this afternoon to try to put some final parameters on this. Our hope is that we will be moving inmates no later than this weekend to the main, from the main jail to the Northern Branch jail. And we feel that we will have a better ability to manage inmates for two reasons. One is we'll decompress the number of people in the main jail in the South County. We will also be able to utilize the more modern design of the jail, which has instead of antiquated barred cells, it has cells which are floor to ceiling glass in many cases, and much better position to be able to contain the virus and have people isolate in cohorts that are smaller, and hopefully will allow us to get a quicker handle on this situation. With respect to inmate, I could tell you, I could give you a few more factoids if you'd like. One is that we've implemented a incentive program in the jail to encourage inmates to receive vaccinations, and have had a pretty good response from inmates with a nominal credit given to their commissary fund. And as a result of that, we've had 148 inmate vaccinations since that program was put into effect. Additionally, over the period of time that's occurred to date, our WellPath medical partners have administered a total of 630 vaccinations in the jail since the time of implementation. So I'm happy to answer any other questions. I'm also happy, if you would like, to respond to some of the concerns that that CLU sent you in their letter. We are already implementing many of their recommendations, have been for some time, and are about to recommend or about to implement others. But I'll leave that to you if you want to hear that.
Supervisor Hart, do you have any follow-up questions?
I just want to thank Sheriff Brown for the innovative incentive program for inmate vaccinations. I think that was a very creative solution, and I think that's the kind of innovative effort that we're looking for. And I believe that Chief Heitman may still also be on the line too. And I know she works very closely with the courts. I've been told that a significant number of the increase in the population at the jail is related to, change in policy regarding warrants and failures to appear, and that some of the folks who are recently added to the jail population have been cited for those kind of warrant violations. And maybe she has some insight into, the work that the courts are doing with the other public safety partners about perhaps addressing that in a creative way, given the current situation with the outbreak at the jail.
Chief Heitman?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman, Supervisor Hart. As the sheriff indicated, there are a number of different strategies that are being explored. We're aware that earlier on in the pandemic, a lot of the lower level warrants were site released, and more recently, those are being held So we are engaging in discussions about being able to calibrate that, if you will, so that there is an opportunity to hold those that are actively avoiding going to court or dodging, if you will, their court appearances, while also using pretrial supervision or other resources, as well as our mental health navigators and support systems to further release individuals that perhaps are inclined to go to court, but just need additional supports in order to be successful in doing that.
Well, thank you, Chief Heitman. And I think that points out that there isn't a single solution, but there are a lot of different individual incremental pieces that can make a difference. And I appreciate all of the public safety partners working together to do the best they can to mitigate the risk in the jail.
Okay, so with that, may I have a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so that's the close of the business agenda. We'll be adjourning today's meeting in memory of those who tragically lost their lives in the January 9th, 2018 debris flow. And Supervisor Williams has some remarks for us.
We had a humble, if moving, ceremony on Sunday. Ringing of the bells throughout the community of Montecito and lighting of the candles for each of those that we lost. And I can tell you, and I especially want to aim my comments at any of the friends or family of those that we have lost, that this community very much remembers, and it is still something that we think about, something we try to make some sense in this universe about. But perhaps more productively, we think about for the future of how we can have a more resilient community, how we can make investments in our infrastructure and our emergency response system that will prepare us better for the emergencies that are to come. And that is the resolve of this institution, the county, is I think the resolve of the employees. Whether or not they are in a public safety department, they know that they are emergency workers. We are all emergency workers if we sign up to be an employee of the county. And we are all charged with preparing that future, whether we're an engineer designing a debris basin or an emergency manager preparing scenarios at the EOC, or whether we're a worker in probation or social services that ends up staffing the EOC in an emergency. So I definitely want to remind the friends and family that we are still with you. We remember. It will inform our work going forward and our resolve to be a more resilient community.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. We who lived through that will never, ever forget. And with that, we're adjourned to Tuesday, January 25th, 2022